Oh wait, it's streaming now. Right. I'm gonna open my chat because I don't have that opened. Osu Live. Hello, Osu Live. Welcome to the... Probably no one who's here yet because the announcement post for this hasn't gone up, I'm pretty sure. Let me... Oh, there it is. There it is. That is really loud. Okay. Oh, and there's an ad, so I don't even get to see what it looks like. But that's okay. Hello to the nobody who's here. I know Walter's here, actually. That's the only person I know who's here. And, yeah, I'm honestly just going to wait for people to come in for a little bit. And I have to get the news post linked. So, or news post merged, rather, so I'm going to wait for that as well. But hello there, Kerpass Dog. I have, something I need to get. A fruit on the ground. This. Very close. Sorry. I'm standing up and sitting down repeatedly. Who is the new featured artist? Well, the news hasn't come out yet. I'm sorry that my voice only comes out of the base of your headphones, but production just screamed, so that's a little concerning. Osu stream today? Yes, there is. This is kind of like a terrible place for this. How about right there? I'm setting up my chat, by the way, like so I can see the chat. Hello, Mr. Osu Man. Hello, Evolution. Hello, Osu Indonesia. I didn't realize that's a channel that does like tournaments on it, right? Interesting. Hello, everyone. Before we start, production, can I have a USB-C cable? Who the heck is this? My name is Peachy Fat. If you've watched the Osu YouTube channel, you'd know I'm the guy who does the videos there, more or less. I was on camera wearing the same beanie 2 weeks ago for a video about like laser user acceptance stuff. Production has come with a USB-C cable. Thank you, production. I'm gonna plug my plug my phone in. Excuse me. There we go. Say the line, Bart. I'm not saying the hello there. Just for you. No one else gets to hear that though. Oh. So I'm coordinating with the Poon right now to merge the news post. Anyway, so what's going on today? Let me explain. If you switch over to the gameplay view for a second, you'll see I have a blank slate of a map in front of me with one object, because I placed an object earlier. And so what I'm going to be doing is I'm basically going to be making a map from start to finish, potentially multiple difficulties, while also in the corner right over there, probably. I'm not entirely sure what you see right now. In the corner, there's also a relatively new mapper who is mapping at the same time. Other corner. Well, whatever. But yeah, that's it. Why do I have to stream at 2 a.m. your time? Well, that's because I don't live in Indonesia. That's the reason. Mic is peaking a lot, by the way, volume very high. Well, I'll let production handle that. Production meaning my friend inside. Hello, production. Did it just get really loud or something right now? I don't actually know. I'm not listening. Anyway, I'm gonna get started then. I'm gonna get started as soon as the new post is out. So right now you're in here like previewing. It's better now? Good. We're in here previewing the stream because the stream announcement hasn't actually gone out yet. Production is a very strange thing to call your child. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Unnamed production. Let me just double check on that news post. Don't mind me. I'm typing on my phone. Okay. Yeah, we're waiting for Peppy to approve. See, the problem is I'm in the US and Peppy and Ephemeral are in Japan and Australia, respectively, so they're kind of asleep. It is 2 a.m. for them. But yeah. I'm literally just going to wait. Okay, I should have explained. There's some other things going on in the stream that are explained in the news post, so you haven't seen them yet. First one, I'm going to be mapping. Yeah. Second one, someone's going to be mapping in the corner. But third one, the important one here for you, is anyone who's also mapping the new featured artist songs, if you send me a link to your map, I will review the map, like live on stream here, just to see. I want to sort of see multiple things with this. First is, like, I want to see what new mappers are capable of these days, and second, I want to, like, I guess, give a chance for other people to show off what they've made, because that's sort of the whole goal of featured artist stuff, to allow people to make songs, or to make maps of songs that are gonna stick around forever, and showing them off on stream is just a cool way to do that, I guess. It's very casual around here, as you can see. My setup is, like, kind of insane right now. As you can tell, I am outside, and there's just an empty chair here. I'm gonna sit, like, further over in the middle. I'm outside, and I just have a whole, like, line of wires going from outside to inside for, like, the camera stuff. For there's, like, a whole computer in there with a capture card in it, and all this audio stuff. We were messing with audio, like, all day this morning. It was really bad. Like, make one now and you'll look at them. No, I'll look at them right now, of course. There's no point of streaming and announcing something that will go live later, you know? I think audio is peaking. Production will read that. Thanks, production. The Pishi map review stream. Yes, Panda. That's right. If you want to map something from the new featured artist, probably wait until the featured artist is out first, but then you can go to the artist link. I think the artist page is probably up already at this point. The announcement is not up. You were not expecting Pishi mapping on Osu Live. Well, you obviously didn't read the news post last week, because I literally announced it last week. But I didn't expect most people to. It's like at the bottom of a news post that most people probably don't, like, read through the whole thing for. It was like the last featured artist, Ash Round. Yeah. It's up. The news post is up. Let's see. Oh. Could you merge the news post? We just woke Peppy up to merge the news post. I'm sorry, Peppy. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. Give it a second. The listing is up. Yeah, you're right. Right. Where's my water? The time looks wrong, says Peppy. I'm not going to actually read this out loud. For my He could fly an Ostjet to the US anytime he likes. I think it's gonna. Oh, you found it, Ruben. Good, good. So I think I'm gonna start streaming, or I'm just gonna start. Yeah, sorry. I'm reading the... Peppy is awake and confused about the date on the news post because it's set for half an hour ago. Because that's when the stream was supposed to be live half an hour ago. So I have no idea how this is going to go. This is like very different from the usual OS live stream, because I think pretty much all that goes on here is like tournament stuff, World Cups, plus the occasional like one-off mapping contest or Trivium stream sort of thing. Actually, I don't know if Trivium was on here. Regardless, this is going to be a lot more casual than both of those. This is going to be more like just a nice hangout session for people who want to learn about mapping, or people who just want to sit and watch someone else map and take the enjoyment of mapping straight from that, directly from the source. I'm going to check if the news is merged, and if it's merged, then I'm going to get started. Peppy is... Well, okay, I'm not going to repeat that. Is it not an OS live stream without scuff? Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm reading what Peppy's saying. I don't know if he's watching the stream, but it's live right now. So if you just press the button, it'll be better than waiting and... Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. I think it might be time to adjust the news post while streaming because of its missing words. Saying... I'm going to start mapping now. Peppy's going to get up in 5 minutes and write something in the news post that says it's streaming right now, because the news post doesn't actually mention that it's live right this second. It just says that a stream is happening at unknown time. So I guess you're just here for a little bit longer without, what's it called? Without the official news post ready. Anyway, I'm going to get started mapping. How does Osu sound? Can you hear Osu properly? I'm talking to the stream people. You hear it? Okay, good. Cool. So I'm just gonna like... How do I start this? What I want to do is explain like the thought process I'm having behind what I'm mapping the whole time. And that'll be very complicated if I try doing like every single object, but at the same time, is that something people would be interested in? Probably. Let's do it. I'm going to start with setting up my timing stuff. Okay, so the actual OSC is 110 BPM. I changed it to 220 because that'll be a little easier for me to map. And I set it to 1.0 tick rate because I kind of like 1.0 tick rate. It's so that when I make a slider, I know a slider that is exactly 1 beat long is going to be exactly this length. So like if I set a multiplier of 1.5, in my mind, I know exactly how long a 1.5 length slider is. It might be too heady of a concept because it sounds really dumb when I say it out loud, but it works in my mind. But I'm going to start with just 1.0 slider velocity. Actually, maybe even a little slower. Let's go 0.75. And I also like to mention again to anyone new who potentially is watching right now, if you happen to be mapping the same featured artist, Stars Hollow is their name. I didn't even mention that. It's at the top here. I point at it like you can see what I'm pointing at. Stars Hollow right here. If you happen to be mapping any of their songs, you can send me a message in Osu right here. Not that Osu. DM in Osu, you know what I mean. And I'll get it. I'll get it actually through Mindscapes. He's like, Mindscape is production here, and he's going to be sending me stuff. So I don't have to actually open random people's maps, because people can be sending me lots of nonsense. And I don't want to have to deal with that live on stream, you know? I'm going with like reverse sliders to start with, because they're generally low density in terms of rhythm, because you don't click as much. But it is covering like every note. So there's, if you listen closely, you'll hear a note on every little beat. Production name reveal, I know. Let me go back to 100 here. Placement wise, I want to keep it pretty simple to start with, because any reason you're mapping on stable instead of laser, because I'm not super comfortable with mapping on laser yet. But I'm sure at some point I will probably do a stream like this, assuming if this one goes well. For another featured artist down the line, I'll do a stream like this with laser to see how different it is. Because right now, there's a lot of things I want to do on laser that I can't do on laser. Or I want to do while mapping that I can't do on laser. More specifically, I can't do things quickly. I think that's mostly the problem. It needs to be very intuitive for like a stream, because I'm also like trying to entertain to a degree. And trying to explain what I'm doing, etc. If I'm in laser, I'm going to be like figuring stuff out along the way. It's a little more complicated. So it's for this part, it gets a lot more intense this second measure. So I'm gonna change my slider velocity. Production's coming outside. What's up? What happened with the camera? Oh, you're just moving the camera. Is 1.5 decent? No, I want a little bit bigger than that. Maybe like that big. That's pretty good. Do you ever consider the texture / timbre of a sound when making slider shapes? Timbre, I don't know how to pronounce that word. Or is it more the case of using standard sliders for them interchangeably? So, yes and no. It really depends, because like if every note is like some, it's more about contrast. So if every note is some weird tone, I probably won't make every single slider weird, because that might just come off as a little too crazy. But there are maps that do that, obviously, but I probably wouldn't do that completely through the whole map. Ooh, looks like there was a mention of that. Ah, the news post is up finally. So now if you go to the OS homepage, you'll see that there's a new featured artist, Stars Hollow news post. Am I afraid of losing stuff while mapping, or is it common practice to save after every action? Yeah, I just save because it's very intuitive for me to save. I do it without thinking. You pretty much never lose stuff. I don't really know why I save so much. But yeah, let me explain what's going on here. So I made these two objects. They're supposed to be relatively calm. Not much is happening. They're just straight sliders, because the song is pretty calm. Then it gets much more intense here. So I've got like a sort of very uncomfortable reversing kind of flow. That big giant spacing, giant sharp angle, uncomfortable, but it's supposed to sort of fit, because the song is so much more intense right away. So these pitches are changing. It goes like high, low, high, low. So I'm going to do something a little bit lower slider velocity, because I think it's cool. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to hit sound along the way, because I just think it sounds better. What song am I mapping today? It's this one right here, Stuck to You by Stars Hollow. Since when did I go stretch? I haven't shaved in like a week. That's literally the only thing. Let's get all those on. What happened with that? Oh, I deleted my first red line somehow. 96130. I'm doing some audio stuff just to make it sound a little better. Specifically, I'm lowering the volume of the tail here because the tail is not mapped on like an active sound. It's just like, if you listen closely, there's nothing on this blue tick here. No sound. So I like making it a little quieter. Same with this red tick, but I also don't like having completely silent on a red tick. It's personal preference. So this thing's repeating, so I'm going to repeat this. Like, let's do 45 degrees. And let's make this a little further away, because I think it's a little too close right now. Adjusting the slider velocity to match what it was before. I have a hotkey set, so I can instantly make green lines. Green lines are the ones that can adjust like the slider velocity or the volume. So I'm doing that a lot. They're going to be really small. There are these little lines at the top here. You can see there's one on like every object right now. Yeah, that's cool. So my general process is make stuff that fits the music and make stuff that I feel looks cool as a player / mapper. Very intuitive, I know. I'm also doing, you can probably barely see it, multiples of like 66 and 33 for volume because it's a lot easier to type those numbers. Most people go with like 60 or 30, but it's just easier to type 66 or 33, you know? Especially when I'm trying to go fast like this. I don't know what's going on in this tiny stream, actually. Oh yeah, I see it, actually. Can you see it on the stream? Where's the top of this camera? Yeah, I have my phone right off camera, actually. You just do it all. I think it's because I messed something up, Scub. Usually I will create a green line, then set the slider velocity immediately. How do you set a hotkey like that? Well, let's see. Hotkey, or key bindings. You go to, it's in the editor. It's one of these like non-default binds for whatever reason, even though it's like super useful one. It's the add timing section, add inheriting section, removing inheriting section. So I just have it on ASD because they're not really used for anything by default. Who is the new mapper? So new mapper may not be the right word because they've been playing the game for as long as me, but they don't map. It was actually the person who showed me what mapping was. His name is Ringating on Osu. But he doesn't map. He hasn't played Osu for a very long time. But he's here now. And he's making a map despite not having made a map in probably 8 to 9 years. What was that? Oh, you can show, yeah, okay. You can see him in the corner right there. I didn't know they could hear me, actually, to be honest. The OG. Scub, you probably know who Ringating is, yeah. The OG. Okay. I need to continue with the map here. So it's just, this is just going to be one slider, a full beat slider, and then probably a 3/4 beat slider to make this feel more impactful. That made no sense. I'll explain it as I go now. So I'm going to do a slider here. Same style as these ones, because it's the same, like, just a straight guitar sound, no intensity. I'll copy paste it just for simplicity. Change the slider velocity to be consistent with the previous section. Content, says Azer. That's right. I'm also going to scoot everything over. I'm I'm giving this one a little curve because it sounds, as someone mentioned earlier, there's like the tone or the timbre or whatever it is that changed here. So I want to sort of represent that. The sandwich method. Is that Neva? That's got to be Neva, right? I didn't actually make the connection that Osu Indonesia was Neva, but that has to be Neva now that I think about it. Because otherwise, how would you know what that is? I'm sure you heard about it from Matrix. The sandwich method is how I eat a sandwich. The problem is, I already ate a sandwich today, so I don't want to make another sandwich for myself. Good morning, is _. You are not Osu Indonesia, Scub, sorry. Hello, Wispy. I'd like to remind everyone, if you actually have... The news post is out now. Stars Hollow news post, featured artist, whatever. If you have a map that you want to... if you make a map for the new featured artist within the time that I'm streaming here, which will be quite a bit, then feel free to send it over to my Osu DMs. Oops. Send it to me, Osu DMs. It will show up. I will be able to look at the map. I will give you some feedback live on stream. It'll be cool. Maybe. We'll see. Totally people want the sandwich content. Mindscapes is production, by the way. Thanks. No. But I don't think... Only certain people want the sandwich content. Only the people who know what it is. No one else knows what it is, so they don't want it. Timbre is sound... Tombre. I'm not going to even try. I'm never going to say that word again for the rest of the stream. Does it have to be uploaded? I mean... It's... I guess not. No, it doesn't need to. I'm not going to be directly receiving the map, so Mindscapes will be receiving the map, and he'll send it to me if it's like a legitimate map. So you can send whatever to him. Or you can send it to me. He'll receive it through some really messed up method we got, and it'll go to me eventually, if it's right. So yeah, you don't need to upload it. It needs to be accessible somehow, though. So once again, similar to this kind of flow where it's very sharp on the third object, I want to do that same thing for this object here. This one right here. It's like pretty slow, and then you completely go backwards, and you completely go back the other direction again. Just like this. Dorkata slider win. Never. You can, you know, Scub, if you make a map out of Dorkata sliders for Stars Hollow song, that'll be okay. I will look at that, and I'll give you advice of, like, don't do that. That'll be my advice to you. I can already see it happening. I'm going to make both of these very long hold note things. Do I want to do that, or do I want to make it like... A lot of mapping for me is sort of just thinking about... Or it's a lot of visualizing what I want to have happen. And a lot of my visualization is like, I place it here, like, does that look good? I play it. I don't know about that. Do I put it here? Does that look good? Maybe. I don't know. I'll try it. It's a lot of that. A lot of people try mapping in a way that's like, they want it to be perfect the first time they place the object, so they think about it like, okay, in my head, where would the object go? But what's the point of doing that when I could just place an object and see it instantly and decide if I like it or not? Mapping is for people who can't visualize an apple in their head. That's all I'm trying to say here. The people with no... What's the word for that? Visual memory? Or not visual memory, visual, like... I don't know what it's called. You know what I'm talking about if you know what I'm talking about. I'm going to put this further back, actually. See, I'm thinking I'll do this instead. Something more like that. I like that. I'll stick with that for now. I can conjure an apple, don't worry. But I think it's just easier to do it like this, you know? Mapping is placing two sliders in alt tab into leak. Yeah, well, That's a secondary way of mapping. The primary way of mapping is to place like 4 objects in alt-tabbing to probably a better game. Like you can play Valorant instead. Anyway, I don't like Valorant either, so never mind on that. So this is where the song actually picks up. Therefore, I'm going to make my mapping a little bit less, what do you call it? A little bit more consistent in terms of, like, style. Because right now it's, like, switching all over the place because the song is changing intensity all the time. Where... Your voice gave me serotonin. Well, congratulations. We hear Osu playing from... I can't understand what you're trying to say, whoever you are. Mahi_9. Let's try this. I'm going to raise slider velocity a bit to 1.5 seems nice. Yeah, I like that. I'm going to actually change the style of this slider. It looks kind of ugly. Exactly what I want. Perfect. So I just switched rhythm here. The reason is something that probably isn't worth considering if you're like just trying to learn how to map, but I don't like I guess I don't like rhythms that I've used too often because it makes it so like my repertoire of patterns just like is too repetitive, and I don't want things to be too repetitive because I want to enjoy the map I play myself. I think that's the primary thing I want to do with my map, and therefore I'm switching up the rhythm because I want to do a more interesting rhythm. If I were to do like this, equally valid rhythm, but it's just kind of boring. Now I'm doing this visualization thing once more, excuse me. Okay, so I see there's already confusion. Production is not the new mapper. They're 2 different people. There are 2 different people over there. They're like right over there. Yeah, that's Ring-a-Ting. Mindscapes is the production guy. So for those who are actually somehow paying attention to the song, I can't imagine how you are. This part of the music, like the guitar, is the same riff that was playing earlier. That thing. But with very different percussion. So the rhythm is going to have the same general emphasis, but it's not going to be like the same density because it needs to be a lot more dense to support the intensity of the music right now. And so that's what my goal is here. Where are you right now? I am outside. I'm in a backyard. That's literally it. It looks pretty, right? Is it better to be... Actually, you can't even see like the leaves back there. It just looks like I'm playing Osu on a folding table outside. Because, you know, it's more exciting than being inside. Everyone streams inside. Why not stream outside, but be playing a video game still? I don't have a good reason. Don't think too hard about this. So the main difference in this section, as I said earlier, is that there's more percussion, it's more intense. And I'm emphasizing that right now with this jump from 3 to 4, because there's a sound here. Big snare drum, which wasn't here in this, because it'd be right where this like middle of the slider is. But at the same time, I don't want to just spam jumps because then it becomes unclear what's being emphasized. Therefore, I'm stacking it because it feels more like... It feels a little bit clearer about what I'm mapping. It's hard to explain mapping things into words sometimes. I think that plays all right. I'm so close to touching grass. I could recreate the background. I say close to touching grass, but there's no grass right there. It's all dirt. It's just dirt. Good night, Neva. Okay, I don't like the spacing on this thing. It feels way too like low from this to this, so I'm going to readjust a lot. Probably like that. Seems to work. Hopefully. Okay. I think that'll be okay. We'll stick with that. We'll stick with that. Touch the dirt. Okay, I'll touch the dirt. Just for you. Urishian. Is that satisfying for you? I'm your slave. Does the map have to be on standard for the stream thing? I don't think I'll understand any other modes, so... I mean, you can send me another map, but I won't be able to give input. I think this part rhythm-wise will be the same, just like higher SV. SV stands for slider velocity. Excuse me. It's hard to make a stream knowing that, like, there's people of different audiences here. Like, I could try saying things as I would a mapper, but I want to say things as in a way that's understandable to anyone. So it's complicated. It's complicated. Are you making a video for your Osu's channel? No, I'm just streaming right now. It's for the new featured artist, if that means something. What's that tiny screen in the corner? Well, glad you asked. I mentioned it earlier, but it's a relatively new mapper, amateur mapper, better word because he's not really new, but someone who's not experienced with mapping the exact same song, and intermittently we're gonna sort of, yeah, you can see it on stream now. We're gonna switch between my view of how I interpret the song and his view of how he interprets the song, and we'll see how they differ. And I'll also be able to give like advice. So I have, maybe this is a very bold assumption, but I'm hoping that in some ways, the ways that he's mapping, there's mistakes that any new mapper watching this would also make, and therefore that I don't know, it just makes it so you can learn something that isn't like from my mapping perspective. That probably made no sense. Oh yeah, we just put a random image in the background. There was black space. It's a nice image. Blissful. Bliss. Would be cool if you upload the VOD somewhere after the stream. I guess we can do that. Production, do you think you can hit the start recording button? I don't know if it's saving like on the O's live channel. Yeah, if we hit the start recording button, we'll have the file for later. Chat it out and alienate everyone. Everyone except you, Scub, yeah. I'm going to change flow on this thing a little bit. I want to say flow because that's what I grew up saying, but I think flow is like a trigger word for a lot of mappers, a lot of like dedicated mappers, because they're like, flow. Things don't... Actually, I'm not going to try impersonating what current mappers think, because that's also a bad thing to do. But flow makes a lot of people angry as a word. They say movement now, which is like... It's fine. it means the same thing in the way that I'm interpreting it. But flow also has alternate interpretations, which makes it really awkward to explain. Yeah, I think I'll space these for this higher intensity part. Just to differentiate it a bit, you know. I'm adjusting visual spacing on these. So by visual spacing, I mean, if you look at the distance between these two objects, these two, this little gap between them, it's about the same as this little gap, and about the same as what should be this little gap. It just makes everything look a little bit cleaner in the end. Are you a flow mapper or a movement mapper? I am a quartz mapper. I like quartz's maps, actually. Except when they're 10 stars. Let me do this again. Rotate a little bit. Oops, that didn't work. Like that. I like making things neat, so you're gonna see me like select a lot of objects. Sorry, Quartz. I'm gonna select a lot of objects and move them around just to like fit, for example, this tiny stack that I wanted here. It has very, very little significance, and like this, I want it to just like fit right there. Oops, fit right there. It makes absolutely no difference in terms of like actual gameplay, but it makes me satisfied. It makes me happy, and that's something you gotta have in mapping. If you're not happy about what you're making, what's the point of making it? You gotta make it entertaining for you. So far, looking all right. Hello, Spaceman Atlas. Spaceman Atlas is one of the people who does a lot of dev stuff for us, as far as I know. It's cool to see them around. Just adjusting slider velocity and volumes. Okay. Another thing, there's some symmetry going on. It's like a line of symmetry. You can't see what I'm looking at, so this makes no sense. But look, there's a line going right here. Imagine that. And these things, these two sliders and the other two sliders are symmetrical along that line of symmetry. Just another visual thing. Getting serious Bob Ross vibes from this stream. Painting is just like mapping. It's the exact same thing. Minus the part where most people can appreciate a painting, most people can't appreciate a map. But, you know, other than that. So what's going on here in the music? Okay. So you listen to this. What do you hear? Just this one measure. A measure, for reference, is between the space between one big white tick and another big white tick. Good job, Nightbot. Yeah, so what I hear is a bunch of jumps, basically. But I don't want to just spam jumps. Like, I'm not going to do... it keeps deselecting, but I just want to get all the circles down here. So, okay. I'm not going to do something just like random circles like this. Even though, like, technically you can make something like that work. Of course, you have to rearrange stuff so it's not this stupid looking. But, yeah, escalating drums in 1/2 rhythm. More or less. I think I hear, like, more like de-escalating. Like, it is escalating in the sense of it's going to a climax, sure. But it's, like, de-escalating in terms of pitch, and I could sort of value pitch in terms of matching intensity stuff. So like I hear a snare drum, I'm like, ooh, very high pitched, big jump. I hear these bassy drums, and I'm like, ooh, that's more of a small jump sort of thing. So jumps are very controversial. Probably not to players, to me, because I don't like jumps. So I like to make jump patterns that, first off, are not just like big jump stuff across the screen that's really comfortable. I like to do stuff that's a little more stupid, because as I've said before, I just like doing what I enjoy in mapping, as long as it fits the music, of course, and all that. So I'm thinking about this. I have an idea for a pattern. So I hear like big snare drums. And these three are like more bassy drums. These three. You hear what I'm saying? I'm not crazy, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna do something like, well, I have to figure out where these next two objects go. I think I'll do a slider for these, actually. Somewhere that's like kind of awkward position-wise, because it's representing like a lot of it's representing very intense sounds, and rhythm-wise it's not very intense, but I want it to feel more intense. So if I put it in a place that does not have like comfortable movement, it'll feel more intense despite not being more rhythmically intense. Hopefully that makes some sense. So my way of doing that is I've put an interesting kink in my slider, and it's like flowing the opposite of how this is going. So I need to completely shift my rotational direction, and then the next object's going to be far away. So it's a lot of movement. That was mostly the goal here. Okay, so I have an idea for this thing now. So it's more or less what I have here already. I'm going to switch it over here. So it ends up there. Then I'm going to do the same thing, but smaller, because different drums. And I think that'll look cool. Copy pasting just to make it a little bit more like neat. Oops, there we go. You're hearing an Osu sound effect noise. I'm adjusting these things on the side with keybinds. So if you look at these, they're all sample set normal, which is this sound. Default hit sounds, I know, sorry. And then these ones have drum additions with clap and bass drum. So they sound like this. Oops, they sound like this. It's drum sounds. Yeah, I just read this paragraph from Adern about drumming stuff, and I've never played the drums, so I can't relate on that like increasing movement thing. But that makes sense. It's kind of up to you. Like both things would work as long as you have the contrast between like these drums and these drums. I think it would be okay either way. Oops, give me some volume. Let me bring that a little closer. It's just too far for me. Pretty good. Ring-a-ting's offline. Where is Ring-a-ting going? Ring-a-ting is the new mapper in the corner, by the way. Oops. Let me move that green line. What slider velocity did I use here? 1.2. Ring-a-ting's back online. Good. They is saved. That's interesting. Contrast and consistency is the key. Yeah, that's That's all the mapping is. It's like you are representing the music, and the music is not circles and sliders. The music is completely different medium, and you have to represent the medium with or you have to represent music with circles and sliders. And so you're just translating different parts of the music into circles and sliders, and you do that with contrasting different aspects of circles and sliders. Yeah. Which song is this? This is Stuck to You. I keep pointing at it like you can see what I'm pointing at. Stuck to You by Stars Hollow, who is our newest featured artist as of the 39 minutes ago or something like that. So one thing to potentially note here is I'm going to make this one kind of small spacing wise because I'm de-escalating with the jumps, and I don't want to make it like, this is where the game aspect of mapping comes in. I don't want to make it like exactly representative of the song, because if it's like that, then it's not like necessarily good to play in a lot of cases. So instead of doing, for example, the very harsh flow from like this to this and very large spacing, I'm lowering the spacing a lot and not doing the harsh flow, because I just did very harsh movement for this entire measure, all the jumps. And I'm saying this like it's fact. It's not really fact. It's just like, it's all opinion based. All of mapping is opinion based. So if you have a reason for what you're doing, then it's probably okay. As long as like the reason, as long as you're not doing like nonsense and being like, okay, yes, my reason for this slider is because it fits the tone of the guitar. Listen to this. It's like, you can say that, you'd be BSing a little bit. It's about fitting both your own opinions and matching some degree of understandability from the average player. So I think the average player can understand, yes, long sound, therefore long slider. Hopefully that makes sense. I think that's really ugly though, so I'm not going to do that. Time to go out of the grid. Move. I'll do that. I'm gonna line things up just because I like. No, I don't like that. That doesn't look very good. Can I move everything down? No, that's at the bottom. Okay. I'll stick with that. Kind of limited on space by my own doing. Yeah, that's fine. I am doing both, changing hit slider velocity and hit sounding at the same time. But my hit sounding is very, very simple. It's just percussion hit sounding. As someone who measures each placement, seeing your freehand patterns feels a bit weird. Yeah, that makes sense. I've seen, like, everyone has a different mapping process, because most people don't learn to map by, like, literally watching someone else map. It's sort of like if you ever watch, like, your friend use their computer, like, navigate Windows Explorer, it probably just feels weird. You're like, wait, you don't have a bookmark for this thing here, and you don't have, like, quick access to that and all that. And they have, like, things sorted differently. They have, like, different view methods. It's the same sort of thing. What is this section? It repeats again. Okay. So I'm going to set my slider velocities because I know it repeats the same thing as last time. This right here is why I'm mapping in stable rather than laser, because I wouldn't be able to do this in laser. I'd have to place the object, then adjust the values here, which is not part of my usual workflow. It's very confusing coming from stable, going to laser with that. Lower the volume on this. Yes, the new featured artist is Stars Hollow, who's like a... I can repeat the news article. Stars Hollow is an artist from the center of the U.S. I think they're from Iowa, and they make Midwest emo music, which is very... It's like what I usually map, so it works very well for this instance of streaming. Production. Can you tell me how far Chris is? Bring it, Ting. Excuse me. Oh, this looks good. 21 seconds. Damn. Okay. I'm only at 10 seconds, so new mapper in the corner is going faster than me. I'm also speaking, so that might make a difference. What was that? I see. Okay. When you reach the part where there's bookmark, you reached that part, right? Didn't you? Yeah. Okay. When I get there, I'm gonna review up to that bookmark with you. Just letting you know. No, I'm... Oh, okay. Spaceman Atlas. I'm not saying the way on laser is bad. I'm just saying I'm not used to it. It's very uncomfortable for me. As someone who's been doing this and I can do it while speaking without thinking. It's very different. Very different workflow. This is more visual spacing stuff. You can see the little gap between this is the same as the gap between that. Basically doing the same pattern as here. A little less spacing on this new one. But I'll move stuff, make it match. I could do like more visual spacing, but at some point it feels like when every object is too connected, it's a little too like... It doesn't feel as good. What great mapping logic. It doesn't feel as good. But I say that, but at the same time, it's kind of true. Like, a lot of my mapping is just based on feeling. Feeling that you develop as you continue to map and all that. So, there is one difference in the repetition here. You saw how Ring Amateur Mapper Attain mapped that drum fill in the corner. Wonder if I guessed it right. Maybe he did what you're thinking, yeah. So yeah, I was saying, this part's different. Listen to this. Then listen to this. There's the drum on this. So I have to do something different now. What star is this? What star is this map going to be? I don't know. Is that something people consider when they're starting a map? Like, I want this map to be exactly 6.17 stars. No, it'll probably be like my guess is, what's it at right now? It's at 4.2 now. There is a section of the map where it goes to 206 BPM, so this will be a lot more intense. Probably, I'm gonna make a guess. 5.17, 5.17, not 6.17, 5.17. That's what it's gonna be. I generally like to make stuff around the level I play at, so I'm like rank, what, 30k? I like playing around stuff around that level. Let's play through it just to see what it's like. It's alright. I think this jump is a little too large, so I'm going to reduce this. A little too low now. Let's move this. Yeah, that looks good. That should feel better. That feels good. I don't like my last 3 objects, but I'm still working with those, so that's fine. I think I'll stack these. Now comes the part where I'm reconsidering everything I've done. Like, I've been mapping without really redoing anything so far, as you've seen. But now I'm listening to it, and I'm playing my map, and I'm thinking, how do I make it better? I need to not think like that right now. Because if I do that, I'm going to just, like, be stuck on this first 10 seconds for the entire time. I'm not going to do that. What's on my mind, though, is every slider I have is a curved slider besides these ones at the beginning. And it's going to get really repetitive if I do that. Besides this one. But for my generic sliders, I want to have, like, another generic slider I use. So, like, do I want to just make this a straight slider? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, thinking about star rating is a waste of time. Unless you're mapping a GD where you need, like, to fit something within spread. Yeah. I agree, She. Hello, She. I like that. Obnoxious movement. That's what I'm going for. Perfect. Oh yeah, someone sent me a message. Production. Are you paying attention to the message I got? Oh, so it wasn't. Okay. They said hi. Let me look at it. Hello there. See, this is my filter. If someone sends me a map, it'll go through Mindscapes. He's monitoring. I have a computer with my Osu web account logged in over there, so he's just looking at that. Whole setup. Complicated. GD is, yeah, everyone said it gets difficulty. I'm not going to consider what I was thinking about this, like, having a different type of generic slider. I'm going to continue with the curves for now. And, yeah, that's already set. So I'm going to be recreating the same movement as this with this. Because they're representing the same part of the song, but with slightly different rhythms. Now you'll see what I mean in a second, once I get this placed like how I want it to be. What did I do in the previous section here? Right, okay, different rhythm. Now let me explain this movement thing that I was talking about. So, follow my mouse cursor, the spinning thing right here. It goes down like this, clockwise, goes back up counterclockwise. Then this one, that way, clockwise, goes up counterclockwise. Same sort of movement. Different rhythms, because they're repeating the same thing. I'll do that one more time. I don't know how well movement gets across in a stream. You gotta feel it. Can you maybe add ring-a-ting to the new mapper POV so people would know? A lot of people are asking. What would they... If you add ring-a-ting there, what would it tell people? They're just gonna be like, what the heck does ring-a-ting mean? Production already added it, I see. But it's just gonna be confusing, I think. So it'll repeat again one more time here. And then once we get here, I'm going to review new mapper ring-a-ting's content. What's ring-a-ting? Shh. Idern. How do you spell your name? Idern. Shh. Yeah, production, you can handle that. I trust you on figuring out how to express this clearly enough. I'm going to make this a little slower, because the song has reduced intensity here. Yeah, okay. I don't know if I want to do that. Too many 3/4 sliders. I might just do like 1/2 sliders. Because I don't want this part to be like really... I don't want this part to be very standout, if that's the best way. I think that's the best way of putting it. I want this part to feel very generic. It's going to be very calm. Very unimportant. I'm going to lower SV again on this one. I want this one to be a little bit higher because there's a snare drum there and it feels more intense. I'm sitting in the garden. That's right. Now let me adjust these to be a little bit more pretty. Very clearly measuring all these angles out. I don't know if you saw what I just did there. Let me explain that. Look at my cursor. I'm sort of feeling out where the next object is going to go while I'm testing. In terms of like what's comfortable. So it feels like, oh, I want to make it over here because I like moving my mouse like that. But I also don't want it to be like super flowy like this. Because it feels too, like, that would be too easy for the intensity of the song here. So I want to make it land over here because it's comfortable here, but also move in an uncomfortable way. Such as this. Would be helpful to mark song sections in the editor, like bookmarks, but in interval. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Are you talking about, like, I'm taking your name into account. Are you thinking of ways to do this in Laser that would be better than the current workflow? Or are you thinking like, is it just nice to bookmark things? Because yeah, it's nice to bookmark things, but also if you can make that better in Laser, that would be cool too. Are you thinking like, what I'm imagining is like, this whole section up here in the timeline is just like a slightly different color because it's a different section that I'm imagining. Pitch and loudness are, yeah. Wait, okay. What factors make you speed up a slider or slow it down? Let's analyze that for a second. It is basically what she said. pitch and loudness. This is pretty slow because it's just a guitar. This is much louder, so it's faster. But this next object is slower because I think snare drums are very impactful sounds, so I like making them faster sliders. That's kind of it. Let's make this faster. Thinking, do I want to do something different for this slider, because it's sort of a unique sound to some degree. This whole like 2 measure section is unique, so I'm trying to make it different from anything else. But I feel like this slider might be a little bit too stand out, and I kind of want to use this shape in a different section. In the section, the 206 BPM section, because it's more of an intense section. It deserves more intense sliders. So I think I may... I think I'll go with it, actually, just because I like it. How much of a difference in slider speeds should you have? How much of a speed increase is natural most of the time? That is 100% variable on the song, so I can't give you an answer there. But as long as it is clearly noticeable, that is the important part for me. So like, okay, maybe not clearly noticeable, because if you're doing like a gradual increase, you don't want that to be clearly noticeable in every object. But for example, on this one, these 2 objects, you can see this one's way smaller than this one. You can see by the distance between like the 2 circles, the head and the tail. Much bigger head and tail distance here. You'll feel faster. No, don't worry about a Spaceman Atlas. You know, I approve of that completely. I think that's a great use for the stream. I don't like the volume of that whistle. It's a little too loud. That'll work. Just a circle. I was thinking, do I make this a fancy slider? But no, I think having the gap is actually good. A lot of modern mapping is very filler rhythm based, which is like what I've been doing the entire time here. There's no more, besides this like early intro where it's like pauses in the song. It's always like active here. I think it's good to have gaps sometimes. I do want to make it obnoxious. I think a skill that a lot of like... a skill that I think players don't adapt or don't have like developed very well is managing 1 beat like jumps. Because everyone expects 1/2 jumps, like, which is what this is. But a 1 beat jump. There's this one map. What is it? Do I have it? It's my map, but it's not my map. It's a guess difficulty. Where is it? This whole section. I grinded this map. I see like an X on it, but this whole section is. Like I missed on this so many times, and it's so simple. It's just like, it's 1 beat jumps, but it was so hard, because I'm so unused to that. Anyway, back to the real map. That is not the real map. Give me 1 second. Anyway. That was all trying to say. I think this jump is cool. Now how do I do this? I think that would be cool. This is where Geometry Brain comes in. I see 1, 2, 3. They're in a line. It looks pretty. How far am I from the bookmark? 4 seconds. Okay. Once I get to the bookmark, I'm going to review New Mapper Ringating's rendition of the same song. So we'll see how that goes. He'll be sitting in this empty chair that's been beside me this whole time. Can you see that? I guess I don't know what you can see actually. I think you can. Oh yeah, you can definitely see it. That's like the center of the screen. Anyway. We'll get there. We'll get there. There's a bug that just flew by. This is a part where I'm going to vary the rhythm a bit. So what we'll see is I use this rhythm, circle slider. I don't want to do that here because it repeats the same second right here. But I don't want to do circle slider here because I just did 2 circles and I don't want them to like sort of blend in together. This is my form of contrast. Differentiate the section with this. Turn this back to 1.5 SV. Don't mind me like messing up the keybinds for hit sounds real quick. Where do I want this? I'm just setting up rhythm right now. But I don't like how many circles there are in a row here. Actually, it'll be okay, because this one will be stacked. Yeah, okay, that'll work. I'm just reading chat. Sorry about that. I'm reading what Spaceman Atlas says because Spaceman Atlas is, as mentioned earlier, considering things for Laser. Now I feel like Laser has so much potential for like mapping stuff. Just because it's a completely new editor, and this editor kind of is. What was that? So you got a map? Production's talking to me. Give me a second. So you got a map? I can barely hear production because I have headphones in.
People are talking about map reviews and reviewing in the chat, you know?
Okay. I'll mention that again then. If anyone is mapping Stars Hollow, the newest featured artist, then you can also send a map to me via the Osu. Oh, I'm not logged in. Oh, because I closed Osu. Oh, I can't log back in. I don't know my password off the top of my head. Production, can you switch to new map review for a sec so I can log in? I can't tell when production has done it.
You're good.
We're good. Okay. Nice. Okay, you can switch back now. But yeah, as I was saying, I see the new mapper Ringating POV has like it cuts off in the new mapper screen. Anyway, as I was saying, send me a message in Osu. I will see the map that you've made for Stars Hollow, and I'll review it here on stream, because that's what I'm here to do. Partially, I'm also here to map. I'm doing a lot of things on this stream. Anyway, let me get through this section, then I'm going to review his map partially for the first, 18 seconds, and then I'll repeat this stuff again. I didn't type, I copy-pasted my password, so we don't need to worry about that. Although, production, can you switch to Chris again for a sec? And let me know when you do. Production's not listening. Okay. David? You there? Actually, I think they just left. Where'd they go? Control V is a strange password, I know. Well, I just want to close my password manager, but I'll do that whenever he's back. Boy, production. Yeah.
Wait, what happened? What?
I asked for you. You weren't there.
What?
Can you switch to Chris? I just want to close my password manager.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay. We're good.
Okay, I'm going back to you.
Cool. I'm also receiving messages. I'm not going to look at your messages. See, the thing is, I don't trust whoever you are, Necroplasma. You could be anyone. I trust Mindscape right here. Hello, Mindscape. He's going to relay whatever map you give me. If you give me a map. That feels too boring. I think I'll just... Oh, I don't like this rhythm though. Maybe I will stick with the previous rhythm, but I'll just stack these. So there's less, like, emphasis on the movement and whatever. I think that'll be okay. This is my coping. That works pretty well. Copy pasting the same thing again real quick. Go back here. There's a lot of green lines here, as you can tell. Spaceman Atlas, if you're out there. I wish there was a way to, like, copy paste a bunch of slider velocities at once. Slider velocity and audio changes. That is my dream. Actually, there is. You can literally copy paste them in the timing panel, but then I have to adjust the time and do math, and I'm not doing that. It's already on the list. Excellent. Excellent. Now I'm switching up the pattern because I'm too bored of the other pattern. I'm gonna do this. Too far of spacing though. That looks alright. Then this is repeating the same jump thing again. But I'm going to switch up the pattern because doing the same jump pattern would be really boring. You ought to learn how to hit sound while mapping. It'll save you a lot of trouble. See, you say that. There's a lot of, like... There's reasons to hit sound while mapping and reasons not to. And... like, if you do it while you're mapping, you can often get a lot of inconsistencies, so that doesn't help much. But for me, a lot of, like... my motivation for continuing a map is, like, feeling like it looks good while I'm mapping it. or looks good and feels good, etc. And part of that for me is having it hit sounded well. What sounding notes should you use sliders on? That's a confusing question. I think that's like a very... That sounds like someone who doesn't know how to map asking a question like, how do I map? Where do you put sliders? It's very much up to like, your interpretation of like... Let me think about that, actually. That's a good question. It's such a general question that I've never thought of like that specifically before. My answer is probably just anything that is an extended sound. So for example, you don't want a slider on like something here where I'm emphasizing a snare drum, which is just one sound. There is an extended sound there too, like in the guitar, but I'm trying to emphasize the snare drum, so I don't make a slider here. Whereas I put a slider elsewhere. And also you want to put sliders in places to sort of fill gaps if you're trying to map in a certain rhythm style. So it's more complicated than just putting a slider here because you want to map a sound that covers this length of the measure. You want to put a slider for other reasons. Complicated reasons that I can't put into words. Okay, I'm going to put another one of these little corner buddies. Fast sliders. I'm actually going to put it literally in the other corner. Ooh, it's too tight, too tightly packed. No, I'm going to move this. I think that'll do it. Ooh, that doesn't look very good though. My conclusion, redo all of that to something that'll work better. Ooh, there was a big message here. Oh, someone's just giving Spaceman Atlas feedback. What are some things that, like... I'm trying to think of things that would really be nice to have in the laser editor. I want an ability to just... The whole point of the editor is to get what's in my mind onto the screen as quickly and effectively as possible. I want, like... I want to be able to, first off, select objects and, like, be able to copy and paste hit sounds onto another object. That would be so amazing. Hit sounding is so obnoxious in terms of, like, how it has to be done right now. You have to, like, click all these little dots on the sliders. Laser doesn't even have those. Collaborative mapping laser. I've been seeing someone who's made like a project on that. I think his name is Marvin or something like that. He's been making like a collaborative editor thing. And it looks like it works. It's pretty cool. Now I gotta try to make this uncomfortable. I think it was better in like the corner over here actually. So for reference here, this is all very continuous movement. Like, watch my cursor do circles here. And then this last slider is screwing up those circles. Gotta go the other direction for those. Uncomfortable flow for more intense part of music. I'm gonna be repeating that a lot. That's just like a lot of contrast-based movement for me. I'm gonna do a different jump pattern for this time. more objects, and I'm going to be seeing what new mapper is doing. Is Chris there? Oh, he is there. Okay, good. Oh, I didn't know Alabambi had a collaborative mapper thing. That's cool. Did anyone ever tell me? Well, leader, you've told me now. I'm learning something new today. Let's get these 1.2s. If you're asking me how I remember these numbers, I have no idea. I'm just like, I was a very lucky guess with that one. I'm gonna wave slider this one. It's wave time. Partially because I'm bored with using just normal curve sliders, and partially because the section is switching, so I feel like it's appropriate to do something weird. Okay. And I think we're done with the section. Which means it's time to review Ring and Ting's map. So actually, let me first, before we do that, I'm going to play through my map and see how it looks. Because I haven't played through all of it yet. Or was this missing hit sound? Oh, no, it wasn't. Never mind. I think this last spacing thing was too big. I'm gonna go with that. But I think that'll do it. Very minor adjustment. So ingrain this into your mind, guys. Ingrain it. Because we're gonna look at this, and then we're gonna look at the other map. Back to back. Okay. Missing everywhere, but that's not that's not relevant. The drum fills look like they play so nicely. There are similar patterns in the Ogoatis map, and they feel fantastic. I don't know which Ogoatis you're talking about. Nice. Nice. Okay. David, can you hear me right now? Can you tell Chris to come do stuff? Well, wait, I need the map. I need the map. Oh, you got it. So we're doing this super technologically deficient way, where he's... Here, come sit down for a second. Yeah, can you put it in? That'd be great. So, we got a flash drive here. This is how we're transferring a map.
I can't connect to the chat in Boncho. It just doesn't work.
How old is Rosu?
I just updated it. It just won't connect to Boncho.
Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. Just immediately there. No.
Plus, I didn't upload it anywhere.
No, it works. You just have a folder called no.
Yeah, that's everything else.
The best difficulty. So, so this was mine. I'm gonna play it one more time, just for like.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen my map?
No.
Great. Look at this. So you can hear what's going on. Ring a Ting voice reveal. He's been revealed for a while, I think, but
Surely, somewhere.
oh, that part's only in one ear. Interesting. Pretty normal map. What was that?
I absorbed nothing.
You absorbed. Oh, that's great. Now I want to play your map. Wait, I'm only gonna play up to the bookmark part, so I'm gonna delete everything afterwards. I don't see
Sure.
this.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Oh,
I hit
you
the
deleted those.
I deleted those. Okay. Now we're gonna see what brings these maps. Do you think? First off, give me your thoughts on what you got.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You've made maps before though.
I didn't know what I was doing now. They all turn out pretty different.
All right, all right. Well, let's see how this goes. Do you remember how to change slider velocity?
Yeah, but it was too many menus, so I didn't yet.
You didn't yet, so you're planning on it.
I was planning on figuring it out if it mattered.
I think it does matter.
Does it matter?
A little bit.
Okay.
Very simple map.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about this for a second.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear?
Yeah. I can kind of hear.
Now, there's lots of areas we can talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Rhythm-wise, I think you're doing okay. Let me listen to it real quick.
This part confused me.
This part?
Yeah. I feel like I missed the sound of my gap there, but I didn't.
Yeah. What I did was pretty similar, actually. I just had like a slider here.
Mm.
Because the guitar starts on the red tick, goes to the other red tick.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything specific on this white tick in the map. Like it's just a continuous strumming thing.
Okay.
You went very, very straightforward with the jumps here.
Uh-huh.
The non-jumps. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Rhythm-wise, I think the only thing that's a problem is these things, because they're like, they don't represent anything as far as I can tell. They're very much like 1/2 beat spam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I can play that. So.
Yeah, okay. I'm just analyzing first. So,
Mm-hmm.
as far as alternate rhythms you can do here, listen to the guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you hear.
Uh-huh. I heard nothing at first.
Oh,
Again.
oh wait, is it only one ear?
No, I don't
No.
think it's only one. It's confusing.
Okay,
Isolating one instrument in slow-mo.
let's
Odd.
do it on this part then.
That might be in one ear if you heard something.
Oh, that was okay. Swap headphones then.
Okay.
Hear it on this one.
Okay.
Because I think that one is one ear, yeah. So,
Did I miss something on the white tick in that slider?
you didn't miss anything here. The goal is to understand that this rhythm here
Mm-hmm.
is the exact same as this rhythm in the guitar.
Okay.
So the only difference now is you mapped this thing, which is like a snare drum.
Yeah, it's like I heard the drum like that is very prominent.
Drum is very prominent. No, it's better if you. It is better if you actually like
Mm-hmm.
map the percussion like that,
Okay.
because percussion is very standout.
Mm-hmm.
But the goal is to kind of try to map both at the same time,
Right.
which is difficult because it can
Yes.
turn into like spam. You don't want it
Yes.
to be spam.
Uh-huh.
So my recommendation is you can basically do this, but consider you can extend this slider
Okay.
to map the red tick, and also consider that this red tick is important as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do something like that, which might get too spammy, or you can go like long slider here,
Mm-hmm.
or you can go the rhythm I had, which was this, which you don't need to use the rhythm I had. There's many
Right.
options. There's like
Okay.
infinite options, in fact.
Okay.
But yeah, I think having varying slider length in this section will also be good, because it'll get kind of boring if
Mhm.
you like just have 1/2 stuff in circle spam.
Okay.
Spacing wise, are you using distance stamp? What's going
No.
on here? Okay. Well, visuals are like the least of your concern right now, but
Okay.
make them a little.
Use distance
just
stamp.
no, don't. You don't need to use distance stamp. I'm saying
But it does it for me.
it does. I'm not going to go into that.
Okay, fair enough.
Try not to make things overlap like that. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, sure.
Lastly, do you remember what spacing emphasis is?
Bigger spacing when more intense. Or is this something else?
Caveman mapping speak works, yeah.
Okay.
Bigger
I had to
spacing, more
pull that
intense.
deep from within my mind.
you,
Long ago.
Good. Well, something to consider while you're going through this. I think doing a rhythm that's a little more dense here because the section is more intense would be good. And following the guitar as well would be good.
Okay.
With whatever way you want to. Not necessarily this way.
Definitely just ignored it at some point.
It's valid. This is okay. It might not match the intensity if you like increase spacing for other stuff. So you might need to do something else. But expression-wise, it's great. Like you map
Thanks.
something well.
I'll take it. One thing good. That was more than I was expecting.
Other than that, I mean, like that looks ugly, but that's not important. You map this very interestingly. Like if I look at my difficulty, which I can't look at here, I mapped like. Actually, wait, what did I map? No, I did map the same thing. Never mind. It's just offset by a beat. I'm confused.
Okay.
I'm trying to interpret it without having audio.
Right. You're not even wearing it.
Yeah. Okay. Last thing. Consider slider velocity stuff. Use the same slider velocity for the entire thing.
Yes, I did.
Now, makes for a very difficult
Remind
expression.
me how to change the slider velocity.
Okay. That's a good place to start. You're right. F6
I've
is this
got
menu. The menu of spam information, yeah. Let me go over here. So, slider. I said a hotkey. You can set a hotkey if you want as well. I can show you how to do that. But slider velocity is under the timing tab in the F6 menu.
Okay.
When you made a new green line, you don't need that, yeah. You can go here to the slider velocity multiplier, change it to whatever you want.
Got it.
And that's it.
I will use the presets.
Presets are effective, I suppose. It doesn't give you much range. You can go from 0.75 to 1.5.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Okay,
Baby
but
steps.
let's talk about where you'd apply it, though. So, let me go to your map real quick. Might need to hear something here to know where I'm telling you.
Well, I need this again.
Yeah.
It just wants to fall out.
It is kind of like far away. But anyway. This section at the beginning, just the guitar, pretty calm. No percussion.
Yeah,
Just
lower slider velocity there, I think.
good thinking. So this part, it is a lot more intense. What do you say?
Yes.
Do something more intense.
Okay. The
You
same
can-
thing but bigger.
You can do sliders, you can do circles. Either one would work.
Okay.
This is pretty calm. You can keep that as it is. Although, yeah, I'd say do sliders because you mapped this guitar thing with only sliders before. And if you do this part with circles and this part with circles, it's like they kind of don't contrast enough.
I see.
That's
Okay.
rhythmically they don't contrast. Placement-wise, I'm sure they would contrast a lot. And this is the same thing. It's very intense, but you just did 2 giant circles. Sliders might be the play for this.
Okay.
Higher slider velocity sliders than these ones, though.
I see. So if the rhythm's not complicated, but you want it to be intense, then you could do a high slider velocity slider.
Yeah, I guess. That's a good way of putting it.
I need techniques. Nice.
Production's going to the bathroom. And then for this part, you increase the slider velocity relative to everything in the beginning.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then, yeah, increase the density on rhythms, I would say, because this part is more intense. Other than that, try workshopping this section.
Okay.
Don't worry about going further for now.
Yeah. I was thinking I made it past the bookmark, but I'm pretty sure this is bad. So I don't want to do too much more, because hopefully I learn.
Hopefully he learns. That's right.
I am hopeful, at least.
Okay. Well, do you have any more questions here before I continue mapping and you come back again?
No, we'll see how much I can remember.
If you forgot anything, scream. And I'll
Okay,
hear
I'll
it.
scream, yeah.
Just scream.
Got it.
Okay.
Production's gone.
Oh yeah, production's gone.
I could go click something in OBS and see what happens.
I mean, you don't need to do anything. We're on the right scene.
Okay, cool.
We're good.
Nice.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for demonstrating your mapping ability.
No problem. Back to my corner.
Back to the corner. This current stream is currently featuring no Styko. Do I have any mods in chat, actually? Walter, are you still here? Wait, Walter, you're not a mod, are you? Poon, are you still here? I'm hoping someone can change that Nightbot thing, because I can't change it right now. Nightbot is here. Well, Nightbot can't change Nightbot. Probably. I'd hope not, actually. I'm going to play through my map one more time just to remember how it's going. Then I'll continue with the mapping process. Okay. The extended silence is to represent the lack of mods in the channel. Yeah, thanks. At least I'm here. I will be able to time people out if needed. And Nightbot will handle most of it anyway. For those watching, did you learn anything from me dissecting Ringating's map here? Took you 30 minutes, so you finished a 19-second long intro. Oh, you're mapping the same song. Interesting. Oh, there is a mod. Good. Pooty, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Senior Mod, can you please change the Nightbot? Thank you. To saying that we're not playing Tycho. And you can link to the new feature artist news post as well. So this is like a completely new sound, this whole guitar thing. So I'm going to make it a straight slider. Or maybe a slider with a little bit of a kink thing in it. Little anchor curve. I'm streaming, I'm not going to touch Nightbot. I'm also just on my phone with chat. I can't do much. Spaceman Atlas mapping. I'd like to see that. I'm going to lower hit sound volume for this section a little bit. To 55. Big difference. And I messed up slider velocity there. Oh, no, I didn't. We're good. Lately, I've been really into making... So, okay, let me start over for a second. A very normal mapping style is like using sliders that are slightly angled from the X or Y axis. So like this sort of thing, or this sort of thing. It's a very common thing. You'll see it in like every map. But lately, I've been very much engaged with starting a slider like that, then moving the other one the other way. Because I think it looks cooler. I'm too used to the other pattern at this point. It's not a very exciting thing though. Fanning patterns are pog. Well, I don't even necessarily mean fanning patterns though. Like I could do something like this. Is that a fanning pattern? Maybe it is. I don't know. doesn't look very good though. It needs to be a little bit smaller. 0.9. When I say it doesn't look good, I'm basing it on the distance of slider head to this thing. It's like a very specific distance that I use elsewhere in the map, like right here. Or here. Or... where's another one? I haven't been using it. This one right here, yeah. I'm not going to do that, actually. That was really bad. It will be a fanning pattern. Actually, well, I'm going to do this. It's a fanning pattern, but not just a straight line up. This section's a lot less intense than the previous section, so as you can already tell, I'm using much slower sliders. What was the speed of this one? 1.2. So I'm going to be repeating basically this whole phrase, this measure phrase, multiple times. Two measure phrase, excuse me. And then this two measure phrase is going to be a little different. That's a very long paragraph, Adern, but you learned it. Good. Okay. I'm gonna do baby's first pattern right here. It's what's it called? 120-degree rotations. I say it's baby's first pattern because you see this in like so many maps. Especially newer mappers. Or maybe not newer mappers, because like new mappers don't even know how to rotate stuff properly, but I'm talking like 1, 2, 3 ranked mappers do this a lot because it's a very easy pattern and it always looks good. Then we're repeating the same thing, so I'm going to set a bunch of slider velocities. I love setting slider velocities. They're good for sets of 3. Is this even a set of 3 though? I guess it is. It's like a set of 2 and then a new thing, but I'm just connecting them with this. This is good actually. There's no percussion in this part. I had to switch between design and compose because the slider velocity wasn't applying. Very normal thing when you delete delete timing points. Just a bug. One of the many bugs in the stabilizer. This is one of these, like, this is a fake note here. Overmapped note that's here for the sake of emphasis to the next note. So I think it just feels better if there's big, like, movement on a 1/2 beat to the next slider here. Meaning to say, there is no note here. It's like the voice coming in, but that's not a note. Overmapping. Outrageous. I know. Now this is the part where it repeats the exact same slider velocities as earlier. So let me add those back. Oops. Then this is 2 jumps, so I'm not going to set slider velocity for this section. Congratulations, Seabed, you typed nonsense. That was one of the first messages of all time, yeah. I don't see the first message thing, because I'm on mobile, I guess. It's sad. MP3s undersonged. I'm going to be doing so much overmapping in this section. Like this section, it's just, it would be so boring if I wasn't overmapping. Too generic. In terms of Osu rhythm, at least. Want to do that. Adding his sound, then I'll adjust placements real quick. I'm curious, for the people who are watching this, I'm probably doing a lot of things without explaining it. What is something that you're confused about with what I'm mapping here? For example, like you just see this window popping up all the time. A lot of people probably have no idea what's happening with that. I'm trying to map as you were before, and you're about 1/4 through. Okay, interesting. So you're going to show 1/4 through that song. That's the... Right, it's this one, the longer song. This is probably my favorite song right now. I'm not reading that. Sorry, guy. Becca, whenever you have any progress, I'd be happy to see what you're making. Becco, for those who don't know, is like a proper mapper. I've ranked one of their maps. It's a map of bird problems, cold turkey. A song that I heard outside of Osu for the first time. Like I heard it before it was mapped in Osu, which is like a very weird experience to hear that back in to hear it mapped by someone else in Osu at least. Hi Frenzy Bite. I'm not competent with laser mapping. That's the main reason. One of these days, this will happen in laser, I'm sure. But that is not today, unfortunately. I'm trying to make something that looks good for this 1, 2, 3, and nothing works in my mind. I think I need to like adjust it somehow. That'll work. That'll work. I'm not gonna go that fast, obviously, but general idea is there. Okay. If you ever have a Tara song request to collab, then DM me. I'll always be down. What do I have? No. I have your map. I tested it for some anonymization thing. And I have this one, which will be ranked eventually. No other ones in my songs library at the moment, though. I think they're on a different computer. They definitely started maps for Wasteland and what was the other? Roti. They weren't very good though. I'm doing a lot of continuous flow here because I feel like it's kind of slow. I don't want it to be too intense, but I want it to be like a mid-level of intensity. So the spacing is large. Movement is all really simple though. Is that an insane thing to do? Wait. Panda. I was considering blah 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 blah. The fact that the audio is chopping and patterns are rewinding every other second to make my eyes water. Yeah, that is kind of how mapping goes. Do people not do that? How do you map otherwise? I don't know the phrases well enough to map like that. Like today's my first day mapping. How would I know how to do that? Yeah, I don't know how you map that stuff, Devious Panda, but it sounds like if you try it, you'll get the rhythm down. So that's good at least, but from the outsider's perspective, it looks insane. Classic blanket. Okay, no, I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna actually have movement for this. Yeah, so when I'm the one in control, it's like I'm expecting the song to pause whenever I pause the song, because that's I'm in control. But for you, you're listening to it, you're like, I want to hear how this phrase continues, but then it stops and it goes back for half a second, then it continues, it goes back, goes back, goes back. It must sound terrible. I'll try to control that a little bit. I'm going to try to be conscious of it for the viewing experience. Okay. I can't scroll. The problem with the editor is you can't scroll as fast when the song is paused. Like, look, this is how fast I'm scrolling normally. When the song is playing, I go so much faster. Why though? I don't actually know why that is. I just got used to it. Yep.
Do you have to go into the timing editor to see what the current slider velocity is?
Yes, you do.
Very cool.
New Mapper was asking me a question. Ring a ting. Not actually New Mapper. But yeah. I'm going to change the slider for this next repeat to one of these boys. Because I think it'll get boring with the same slider. Is this the right slider velocity? No, it's not. There we go. Okay. How to place circle. Watch what I do. Circle. Now you know. I'm going to switch things up for this repeat too, because it's going to get really boring if I do the exact same patterns once more. But I'm going to use the same slider velocity for the consistency of that. Just the design is changing a bit. You're welcome, person whose name I can't pronounce. I haven't watched Panda Map in a very long time. Wait, Panda, do you use arrow keys to navigate? It is much more reliable, that's for sure. But it's also like, I need to move my hand over to the keyboard every time. That sounds really annoying. I'm gonna do circles for these. You are an arrow keyer. Wow. My respect for Panda has decreased because he's an arrow keyer. But that's okay. That's a joke. But it didn't sound like a joke. I just said that so straight face. Sorry, Panda. Yeah. So Panda, what's it called? The circle being different size in stable, or in laser, is because in stable it's also that size, but everyone's skins are just wrong. So like you can theoretically click right on the corner outside of the circle, like there. But laser just accounts for it properly. Right, I stopped consciously scrolling and playing, or scrolling and mapping. I think I keep the map playing because I like to I'm just sort of imagining how the map goes if it's the slider's in this position or if it's in this position. So I keep it playing and I move it around like that just to get an idea of where it should be. Pasting the exact same slider. It works. Except for the slider velocity. That doesn't work. I'd like to remind everyone, if you are mapping a song by Stars Hollow, the newest featured artist, you can send me a message and I'll actually look at your map on stream here. Just so you know. I know at least one person's doing that on their own. Someone who's a very competent mapper. And then I have new mapper in the corner as well, who's mapping, and we're giving feedback on that. You might have missed it. It was like half an hour ago that we last did that. But we'll go get at it again once he's mapped something better. Chris,
Yeah.
how much have you done with your 20-second portion? Let's see it, yeah. We're gonna see Ringating's map progress. We're gonna critique his first 20 seconds once more to see if he's made it better. For reference, this is what it was last time. Oh, you get that flash drive. This is what Ringating mapped last time. How new is Ringating? Well, Ringating's been playing the game as long as I have, but he hasn't been a mapper, so he's a relatively new mapper. Relatively old player. This is what he mapped. Map a FA song and I'll review it is actually a great incentive. You say that, but no one's gonna do it. It's too like, what's it called? Too short of a time frame, you know. If it was more like, everyone map this new featured artist, I'll review the maps in a week, that might be a little better. But also, do people really care that much about being on stream? I think it's more like a bonus to the stream. Success. Wait, you gotta plug it in. Ringating is back. We're gonna go through his map one more time. The new best difficulty. What am I looking at? I assume it's that one, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't delete it. I just gave it.
I'm gonna put. That's the original.
Got it.
Okay. We got it. Just so it doesn't bleed on there. Now, I'm gonna play through it again, just to experience it. You already know what it is.
I don't know how much.
Okay. Let's. Do you remember the part where I said to increase the slider velocity for this section?
Yes.
Now you remember it.
Yes, now I remember.
Good.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I can only hold so much advice at once, and it tends to be the last things you said.
Okay. I'm going to go through. We're going to do this very quickly then.
Okay.
I'm going to go through the 3 most important things I think you need to improve in this part of the map.
Can I remember 3 things?
And you will remember those 3.
Okay, that's maybe.
Hopefully. First, let's talk about this boy. I don't. You can put it there. but not in this section. Just because it's not dense enough. This section is a little too intense to be going with such a low impact rhythm.
Okay.
So if you go with one repeat in a circle, that'll be okay. But double repeat, a little too baby here.
Is that fine to play, like having a circle and a red tick after?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it fits the music. Here, you can
Alright.
listen to it.
Yeah. Whoa.
Pull that up. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Sounds good.
the other thing,
Mhm.
very related to this, is
Wait, which
rhythm.
number are we on? Are we on one still of the three things?
This is number 2.
Oh,
We're number 2 now.
What was number one?
Number 1 is these reverse arrow things are too baby.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Number 2,
Mhm.
remember the thing about the red ticks here? What we covered here?
That there are sounds on it.
Yeah, the guitar is
Oh,
emphasizing those
guitars on
sounds.
it, yeah.
You're emphasizing the white ticks, even though there's nothing really that important in the white ticks. There is a snare drum on this one, so you can put a circle or something there.
Mhm.
But try to map to the red ticks here, because the red ticks are the most important
Okay.
rhythm in this section for now.
Okay.
In this,
is
like,
there anything on 7 on the white tick?
I don't think there is. I mean, there's like a strum.
Okay.
There's a little. There's a note. But what's a little more important is the guitar, especially since like you're kind of mapping it with this.
Mhm.
You're attempting to map it with this. It's a little too baby, but
Okay.
we went over that. That's number
I am a
1.
baby.
We're in number
So-
2 now, which is that. Number 3 is there's going to be 4 things actually.
Okay.
Number 3 is
So these
raise-
first two were on the same area.
yeah, first
So
2 are
That's not intense enough. The first thing.
yeah.
And the second one is that the red ticks are what I should emphasize in the second half, or in general, perhaps, other than the one snare drum.
Listen more closely to the guitar and emphasize what that, or map the rhythms to the guitar in that sense.
Okay.
The number 3 is raise the slider velocity in this section so low,
Okay. Yeah.
which is what we talked about last
Okay.
time.
That's an easy one to remember, I think.
And number 4 is something we talked about, where if you want to make something intense but the rhythm doesn't call for it, use sliders.
Yes.
That applies to this section with these like giant gaps,
Mhm.
unless
Okay.
you do something special, but you're just doing like they're kind of like
I
random
don't do anything
circles.
special.
So, for the sake of simplicity, try putting sliders in these sections where there's these big gaps,
Okay.
'cause it's a little too low intensity right now.
Got it.
So, can you repeat the 3 plus 1 things?
Okay. The repeat thing is not intense enough because you kind of just click and hold. The red tick should be emphasized because the guitar is kind of prominent there.
Yeah.
Third was just slider velocity out in this section.
hmm
And the fourth was to use sliders in those areas with lots of gaps because it's low intensity right now.
I think you got it.
Okay.
You'll remember it.
I might go write that down in Notepad right
if you can't remember it past that, then yes.
now. Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Mapping review. Yes. For those listening, did that make sense to you? Like, did you see that, were you able to interpret the map and feel like the things I said were constructive criticism, or did you, like, think those didn't fit my suggestions, that is? I'm curious. I'm curious how much sense the things I say make. The mapping things, I know the things I say, like, with English don't make sense half the time. The mapping things, though. Are they sensible? 3 of the 4 points made sense. Okay. It's a C. I'll take it. There's a thing about the slider velocity. The thing about slider velocity was the section is more intense than the previous section. Let me just skip to the section in the map. So this section has 1.0 slider velocity, but it's kind of like it's too low. It's too slow for the section. That's kind of it. Man, I can't explain mapping at all. Who's the guy you're teaching right now? New mapper Ringating. Who's not super new, but he's amateur mapper was what I was going to put in the bottom corner, but it's too long. But then we added Ringating in there anyway, so it became longer. He's just a friend of mine. Lower slider velocity. In a straight line. One thing I didn't consider, I'm mapping outside and it's getting cold. I'm just gonna like struggle as the day goes on. It's what, 2:40 now, 2:40 p.m. The sun will go down 5 hours-ish. I'm 23% through the song. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. I think I'll be on time for the sun going down. .2. I wish there was more like mapping content surrounding Osu. Did you guys see that new video by Koi Fishu with BTMC and Carrie where they were all making a map? I'm like, that's the kind of stuff I want to see. They were all really bad at mapping, but that's the kind of stuff I want to see. Ed was trying to map. Ed, I've talked to Ed about mapping before, and he has like a very interesting perspective on mapping because he's like Mr. Content Creator, you know. So he's been actually practicing mapping compared to the other people, and it's like he's achieving the dream, become a player and mapper. But the problem with mapping is like to get to a point where you can be like competent with mapping, it takes a long time, and I don't think he has the time to sit through all the trials and struggles of being a new mapper. But he's better than Karyu and Koi Fishu by a lot. So good job, Ed, for that. I've been mapping without thinking with the last few objects. What am I doing? It's the same struggle I had over here. I don't like how that looks. Let's do that. That'll be better. That'll be okay. We're switching up the slider. Yeah, that's right. Switching up to this shape because I don't want to repeat the same slider. It got boring. Oh, look at these mapping babies. They're trying so hard. So cute. That's how I read your message. That's how I read every Twitch chat message, actually. That's how you sound. Oh. Let me turn off notification sounds. Yeah, just turn it off. For now. Wait, did I turn off friend? Yeah, okay. We're good, we're good. You made it to the BPM change? I'm about to get there. We are almost the same, you and I. No, I want it to be this way. I'll use the same slider shape. It just fits the idea more. Okay. All right. The 1 hour constraint is kind of fun for the meme challenge aspect. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to map much in an hour. I've been streaming now for a little over 2 hours. I don't know how long it's been. 2.5 hours, yeah. Although for a lot of it, for the first like 15 minutes, I wasn't mapping, so almost a little over 2 hours. But I got 30 seconds. It's pretty slow actually. Now that I think about it. We'll see. Oh, Windows notification sound. When did I get Windows notification sound? Only when I plugged in the flash drive. But I don't think too hard about that. Yeah. I don't know if people could hear that, but Ringating has discovered how to change new combos with the hotkey. You used to be able to pull up like, I'm not gonna look it up. When you press H in the editor, Control H or something, it used to show all the hotkeys, but that doesn't work anymore. It's like, yeah, show in-game help. It does nothing now. Oh, editor. Pog, new combo. He can press Q. Wait until he learns he can right click outside the window to turn on new combos. That'll be crazy. We're about to be done with this section. The lamest part about mapping for me is like, I finished this section here. I get to that point and I'm like, yes, I've expressed this idea. And then I realize, oh wait, I look at the timeline, I'm like, oh, I gotta do this 4 more times. Damn, this sucks. I just want to like, I want songs that are 2 measure segments. I think that's what I want, which would be a very disjointed song, but that's what my mapper brain wants. I think I'm gonna do circles here. Reason being that we're about to get into the intense section, so I want to preface it a little bit. And then this part, if I remember what it is. So this is 4 notes. Plus a 5th thing here. So my brain thinks, what's something I can do with 4 objects? Square comes to mind, the obvious one. I want to make something cool. Square-like and cool. So I'm going to stretch a square. Okay, I'm going to stretch a square. twist sliders in a way that's like, I'll show you what I mean. I'm thinking I do this. Give it a second. Give it a second to flesh out. Okay, that'll be good. Now I have to raise the slider velocity, because that's not right. Are these the right length? Oops. Yeah, they're good. Oh wait, they're not in the right notes even. Okay, let me make these longer. I'm going to do the exact same thing, but make it much longer. There we go. This is my... This is what I had in mind, very vaguely, as a stretch square. Probably made no sense. But that's what mapping is. Things that, you're expressing it with circles and sliders, not with words. There we go. Now time to adjust volume for everything. For some reason, just having hit sounds motivates me to map more. And this one will make really slow for the extra contrast between this section and the next section. Barely. Okay, that'll work. Concave sheared rectangle. Always can count on Walla for having fancy words for everything. I want to make the spacing not as, like, insane. I might just, like, flip this entire thing. Yeah, that works. I might switch where these are, too. Yeah, that's good. Okay. You bet that feels nice to play? How much you want to bet? I can make it terrible. I will win this bet. Let me try that from the beginning now. So I'm at the BPM change, so the whole mapping style is going to change a lot right here. Like, if you listen to the song. It's a lot more intense. This part's going to feel much different. Let me start from the beginning here, just to feel it out, though. Let me feel it out while actually hitting the objects. Okay. Comfy. What was that? Are you guys getting food? If you're having food, yeah, I'll have some. That was production talking to me. I think so. Production, I'm just gonna call him Production. His name is not Production, but I keep calling him Production. He ran a marathon a week ago, or not a marathon, a 5K or something. And he got what's it called? A coupon for BJ's, the restaurant. So I think he's ordering from BJ's. Do you need my wallet, David? Yeah. Not yet. Okay. Right. Okay, that works. Anyway, let's get into the next section. Okay, that's not the right length, is it? No, it is. Is it a good idea to have every diff map during the stream submitted as a single map set? That would take too long. I think what will happen is I'll finish this difficulty on stream for sure. And then I'll finish the rest at another time and then rank it as soon as possible. Any BNs in chat want to rank my map? Anyone? You can look at it. Is it high enough quality for you? I'll be able to find BNs, but it's not an actual request. I'm just playing my map again because it's fun. I should probably mention, BN stands for Beat Map Nominator, and they're the people who get maps into the ranked section. Okay. You changed your mapping skin. I have the old one. Actually, no, I don't have the old one. I was adjusting stuff on the old one, I think. What's going on here? Yeah. It looks pretty similar to the old one. Yeah, I don't use that one anymore, though. What was that? Okay. I'll take a slice, yeah. I'm getting Costco pizza. This is why it's nice to have production. I don't need to worry about food. At least I don't need to worry about getting food myself. Okay, let's start on this section. Hello there, Log Off Now. How are you doing? Log Off Now is the mapper behind the famous... whatever comes up here. Mapper behind the famous cities, seed slip, seed down the experience for this at all, I'm pretty sure. This one. For sure, though. Let me think about rhythm for this. Why are you streaming here and not your personal account? Because today I am an advertisement. sort of. Because I mean, my goal here is to get people to engage with the new featured artist. That's like that's the whole point of this stream. Also having fun, but yeah. So the point of the stream is to, or part of the stream is to get people to map the featured artist so I can review their maps on stream, sort of incentivizing people to use the featured artist content and stuff like that. And I think it's just more fit for the Osu Live channel in that sense. Because this was synced with the new artist's release as well. But I could stream it on either channel probably. I just think this one would probably have more reach and it's more suited for the purpose of new featured artist content, I guess. Hopefully that answers your question. My ad block is coming to get you. Well, I may be an advertisement today, but it probably doesn't feel like an advertisement because it's so like so bad compared to an advertisement. Advertisements, you'd have like a sponsor who's telling you got to do this thing and this thing and this thing, and there's no one telling you to do that. I'm just here to map. I'm gonna place rhythm real quick. Okay, I think I'll go with that. Now that looks like nonsense to you. And it'll be nonsense until I sort out whatever pattern I'm going to use. But I think that's the rhythm I want to use for this first measure, at least. Okay, let's make this a little simpler for now. I need to change slider velocity as well. This is too slow. It's so cornered. That'll work. This I want to be a little slower. This is like a sort of filler thing. Okay. It'll make sense. It'll make sense. We're still in the processing phase for this measure. Oops. Delete that. Make this one like 33. And this needs to be higher slider velocity. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. You are so excited for more Stars Hollows maps. Are you part of the advertisement too? Sounds like you are. But I'm glad you are. Goodbye, Spaceman Atlas. Awesome to see you watch and enjoy. I think I'll do a wave here. Starting off section with a wave. Oops. That'll be good. Actually, no, I want to be a little closer. What's restricting me right now is keeping this circle down here, so I'm going to move this entire pattern up, just so I can have a little more space to actually form something decent. I want to do stacks. This entire section here, or my struggle right now is trying to make like patterning that I'm happy with, because rhythm-wise I'm very satisfied, but placement-wise, just like I need something better than this. Go with. That. Thank you, Senior Production. I got pizza. I'm not gonna eat into the microphone though. Will there be a dedicated Tycho mapping. Will there be a dedicated Tycho mapping, I assume, stream there? Or are you just going to let it be auto-generated Tycho beat map? I will not be mapping Tycho, sorry. Maybe someone else will map Tycho in the future, though. You could be the one mapping Tycho. Right now, in fact. If you go to osu.ppy.sh/beatmap/artist/353. There. I think that's good. I will do this. My reasoning is it's a triangle. 1, 2, and 3. The 1 to 3 and 2 to 3 are equal lengths. And therefore it looks pretty. Actually, I'm gonna move this though. But this was my problem earlier. Yeah, okay. There we go. This will work. Okay, let's try this now. Can't even read my map. A little too small a spacing for this. Okay. All right. Beautiful. Do you have a napkin that I could use? My hand is too disgusting to put on a mouse now. I'm not going to eat into the mic. Oops. Thank you. Slam this on here. Ugh. I'm not the creator of Osu, no. You're referring to Dean, quote, Peppy Herbert. I'm not a top player either, but I'm glad you think so highly of me. I'm just a mapper. I'm still not happy with this. We'll do that. Just keep it an inch for a slider. For the sake of simplicity. And screw the wave. Wave makes like movement all confusing. That's what I want. Right, I didn't even say what my name is. I'm Pushy Pat, yeah. I like how production switched to my face while I'm just eating. There's no problem with it. It's just Interesting.
See, look at this, man. I love eating. See, look at this.
Frag movier. Man, I love you, Shreddy. Frag movier. I'm placing the hit sounds while I'm mapping. I need to play them out. You can't hear me as well. What's up? Not right now, no. I'm outside, yeah. I'm just listening to the song at this point. I'm gonna wash my hands, and then this will continue. Say it one more time. I just washed my hands. I just ate pizza. I'm not gonna keep going pizza. Pizza hands. But you stream the whole mapping process. That's what I've done so far. So yes, I am. I'm streaming only mapping this difficulty. Mapping every difficulty would be a little too long. I'm probably not going to do anything really crazy right here. I'm going to switch up the slider shape to slightly curved thing, which doesn't mean much if you're not a mapper, but for some reason, a lot of people in the mapping world are very obsessed with like very slight curve, like even that much. People will do that, and it's like that's a cool slider, which I think is really funny. But I'm at the same time I'm saying like them, and I agree. Like, man, that's cool. Don't listen to anything I'm saying. Now I'm just going to do the same thing. The song's repeating. But it's more intense. So now, for some insight into the patterning here, I'm just making triangles. 1, 2, 3. It says equal distance. If you look in the top right, there's this 1.74, 1.75. That's the difference from this to the previous object and this to the next object, meaning they're equal. And the same thing goes for this one. Except not very well. No, it goes for this one. But this one's only visual, so you can't really tell. In this one, 1 to 3 is the same distance as 1 to 2. curves so slight they cause rounding errors on my stacks. That's one of the joys of mapping. Rounding errors. Wrong account, my guy. Sorry, no. This is the right account. You're on the wrong account. You logged into Twitch on the wrong account. Gal1osu. While you're here, though, Gal1osu, it's time for you to start making a map for Stars Hollow Song. Because then if you do, you send it to me. I will click on it and be like, thanks for... Oh, not typing. Thanks for the map. I will review it on stream. Thanks again. Okay. You can nudge note with the arrow keys to make stacks more perfect on slider ends. Yeah. It's great. Now I'm repeating the same rhythm from the first measure. Reduce volume on this. 44. Why does Mania have scrolling with BPM changes? Well, because Mania is a different game mode. Now lower SV for the 1/4 slider. Wait. Okay. No, we'll do that. So in a few minutes, you see the new mapper in the corner there. In a few minutes, new mapper is going to send me their map, and I'm going to give him more advice, because if you remember from last time, this has happened twice now. He's improved the map twice, or he made the map first 20 seconds, same song. He's tried to improve it. There were quite a few things that needed to be more improved, but we're still figuring that out. So whenever I gave him 4 points to improve on, he's figuring those out right now, and once they're done, I'm gonna review it again and probably have more things to complain about. That's how mapping works. Infinite things to complain about. Hi, Happy Stick. I don't see Happy Stick here, but hello, Happy Stick, if you're here. I'm gonna do another triangle thing. This one just gets bigger. Actually, the next part of the song gets more intense, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I need to not max out spacing so early. So let's keep this a little small for now. need to actually use a different rhythm completely, because there's some snare drums here. For anyone who's actually tried mapping before, is new map making set for the one I'm hosting, or just a learning experience? Sort of both. If it turns out good, it'll be part of the set. If it's not, it'll be a learning experience. What I was going to say, though, is for anyone who's mapped before, do you think how does the mapping process differ for you? That's what I want to know, because there's a whole set of things that I do just naturally without thinking, but I want to know, like, did I just develop these because they're personal habits, or are these like things that everyone has developed separately? I'm curious to know. I don't see many mapping streams, so it's hard to actually like gain knowledge about everyone's specific things like that. Hello Nanero, and hello Fluffykins, I love you too. Do another triangle here, yeah. But I need to not do huge spacing. It's so tempting to do giant spacing. I'm doing really generic jumps right now, just for the sake of like getting something out. So I'm gonna be stuck here forever. Let's see. I kind of map rhythms a bit first, and then move them around. Interesting. I feel like you spend more time on patterns within sections than I do. That might be just because I'm an older map, or actually, you're. I know who you are, so you're not like a new mapper whatsoever. Acceptis. See, I know that you actually make pretty looking patterns too, so I don't know how you handle that then. How do you make pretty patterns? You tend to only care the most about the stuff at the start, and then treat the middle as filler since players won't care. That'd be interesting. That's an interesting mindset. You're known. Yes, I mean, you are a mapper. Therefore, it's like, of course I know who you are. What do you mean? Time for more overmapping, because rhythm's going to be too boring otherwise. Basic symmetry here. Your maps are pretty? Yeah, I think so. The Paris Filter Street goes both ways. I don't know who you think I am. I'm just a mapper like you. Chryceptio, UMAP, and Tycho, so it's different. Yeah, I don't know who you are. Sorry. Is it overmapping or improvisation? I think improvisation is the word you'd use if you were like trying to not offend people. But I'm fine with calling it overmapping. Of course it's overmapping. I'm mapping beyond what the song has. It's literal overmapping. You're just gonna hear this same part over and over again. Yeah, Taiko mappers, I think Taiko mapping uses improvisation as like their main word because every map in Taiko is overmapped, improvised to a degree because it is just rhythm, so you have to do something more interesting than just following the rhythm straight up. I don't know what they think about overmapping as a term though. I don't like this straight slider, it feels too boring. Slight curve, there we go. I'm a real mapper. Yes, I am freehand placing streams. Or triples, rather. So this next part's going to be double circle, so I'm putting a slider down for the contrast. I'm going to make it symmetrical, just like the previous one. This 1 and 7 are symmetrical. So this 1 and 5 are also going to be symmetrical. Alright. This part completely changes. Yeah, they had arcade taiko at COE. It was like some, I don't think it was actual arcade taiko, but they had like actual taiko sticks and taiko controller and all that. And it was pretty cool. I didn't actually use it though. I watched Mango use it. Mango is very good at taiko. He's, for those who don't know, Mango Miser, he's the guy who got like some crazy amount of scores under 500 PP, like the maximum amount that you could possibly get. So he got a bunch of like 499 PP plays or something like that. It was very, very interesting. I've never seen someone do that on a Super before. Okay. In this part, I mentioned really early on in the stream that I was going to be doing something from this map. This one. Just like 1-1 jumps, 1-beat jumps, because players have not trained for those. And that's what I'm going to do right here, sort of. I don't want to do that exactly. I want to do 3-4 slider, then circle, then another 3-4 slider, then circle. Just because there's also vocals here that I'm trying to emphasize. Are you going to COE again this year? Yeah, I think I am. I haven't thought too much about it, actually. I thought about it, like, back when COE first happened. I'm like, yeah, I'll go again next year. And then I haven't really thought about it again. Probably, though, yeah. I think so. I need to change slider velocity here, though. COE happens at such a difficult time. Because I want to go to, I want to help with the round table as well. And that happens, like, a few weeks before COE. Yeah, that's what I mean. I thought about, like, when I was there, I'm like, yes, I'm going to go to the next COE. Then I haven't thought about it again. Yes, I will see you there, Ninero, and Becco, and Akoro again. Were you there last time, Becco? Learning how to read taiko. Yeah, learning how to read is half of playing taiko. I think same applies to like most rhythm games, I think, right? Reading is just the hard part. Everything looks insane until you can read it. And then it's like easy. They announced, yeah, it's the first week of August. Now I want to do a special shape for this section. I'll do this. I'm going to be reducing slider velocity for each of these instances, so I'll just set those up in advance. And I want to make it very intense by the end, intense slowdown. So then that'll be the slider length at the end. Okay, a little more than that. 10-degree rotation each time. Different. This is a 1/2 slider. So I'm just going to do a straight line. I don't need to overmap for once. There's actual 1/4 notes. See, if I go to CUE again, I don't think I'll make another video like that, though. 'Cause I've already hyped it up too much. And it's like, anything I make won't be as dramatic as this video that's been cooking for 4 years or whatever I did last year. I need to do something, though. I want to do something fun. That's the low way. Do we want to adjust lighting? Tell me if you think the lighting is a little too low on the camera. I might ask production to boost that a little bit. Do you think it's too low? Oh, you're taking the flash drive. Okay. I was talking to production, yeah. Well, I was talking to chat. And if chat thinks production thinks relevant, you might need to change camera lighting stuff. It's fine. It's fine. See, the background's bright. I think I'm like not bright though. I mean, you can also just boost lighting on the camera. That wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
want to risk touching the camera.
I wouldn't have a problem with it. But
Yeah,
okay. You can go with the if you want to do that, go for it. No, I'm really overmapping actually. Wait, Becco, you're already halfway done with this. Damn. Let me try it again. See how it actually plays. Go too far away. Rotate all of these, and then we'll be good. I just wanted to line up with that too. There we go. Okay. You've been sitting here enamored by the stream, too enamored by the stream to do anything. Okay, Wispy. Wispy, what you could be doing is mapping a new Star Hollow song, and then you can show it on the stream, and it'll be very, very exciting, because you actually know how to map. Proper solution is to face the sun. There are clouds. I can't. Either way, I think that was a joke, so it's not going to happen either way. I lined it up with the 2, but it's not even the right slider velocity. That was so pointless. dudes are actually bringing the light out. Where are you plugging it in?
Isn't there an outlet?
I mean, yeah, the power strip's right next to me.
Yeah.
Where are you gonna put it?
Right, dude.
I think you're just gonna light this side of my head. Yeah, I think putting it there is probably the better place. Live production going on. The back of my head has perfect lighting.
I don't care about
Is that even gonna reach? Yeah, I guess so. High production behind me. My favorite bird? Probably the Stellar's jay right now. Because they have this, like, very cool crest. So the Stellar's jay is some, like, mountain bird. At least in California. And they have a very cool crest, which is like those feathers on the top of your head when they're alert or anything like that. Light. But they're just very cute. Am I brighter now? Did this light do anything?
I looked before and after. It was very minor.
It's very minor. Okay. Robins are very good birds. You're right about that. Excellent birds. I love robins. No robins in this backyard, unfortunately. That'll work. Once I'm done with this section, I feel like mapping will be a lot easier. 'Cause I kind of don't like mapping stuff that's just this generic 1/2 rhythm stuff. It's a little too, I've mapped it a billion times. It's boring. So I try to make it interesting somehow. And that makes me, like, overcompensate with, like, rhythms and try making mapping and stuff like patterns, which I'm trying to make not as boring as I usually would, but they're still pretty boring in the end. The struggle of mapping normal 1/2 beat rhythm songs. What was that?
More math.
Oh, you're ready.
I'm ready.
Let's do it. Ringatang is back. New mapper in the corner, specifically. Ringatang is back with his map. Oh. I can't.
Alright, I have to do
You have to plug it in. Thanks for giving me the flash drive, though.
Yeah, no problem.
Thoughts on hummingbirds? Hummingbirds are very cool. They feel like aliens because they're like so different from normal birds because they can like hover, and they're obviously really tiny. One time I was at Huntington Garden, which is like a naturey place nearby, and I saw like a place. I found a place where a hummingbird was like building a nest over a little lake, or a little pond rather, and it was just like a little dangling branch, and it was so fragile. And it looked like this hummingbird's nest was about to fall in, but it stayed there. And it would just go sitting there and have a good time. Anyway, let's look at this map.
If we must.
If we must. We must. Okay. So, for those who are unaware, part of this stream is supposed to be teaching people how to map. And so, part of that is me explaining how I'm mapping. But at the same time, I also want to explain, or I want to dissect relatively new mappers' maps.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is my relatively new mapper friend. Hello.
That's me. Hello.
Who's been mapping for like, who's been playing Osu for as long as I have, but hasn't been mapping as long.
Yeah.
So we're gonna look at his map. So far we've looked at it twice. First time was just his first map without any input. Second time I gave him some things to do, and he didn't do those things. So I told him again some other things to do.
I wrote them down.
He wrote them down this time, so he didn't forget for sure. And now we're gonna, I'm gonna dissect these first 20 seconds again to see if they've improved.
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see.
There's a chance.
There is a chance. Okay. That's what I thought. So it has improved.
Hooray. Good.
There are still comments that I have,
Oh no.
specifically things that are new,
New comments.
which
Well,
means
that's good.
you've evolved from a lot of the old things.
Good.
Um,
New roadblocks.
new roadblocks, yes. So let's think about placements now. Placements is that something you've been thinking much about?
Sometimes I look at the distance thing. It's like, oh, that's 1.5 this time. I should make it 1.5 next time. So it's slightly consistent.
Okay,
I like close to it. The previous and next distance spacing.
I get what you mean. He's talking about, for those who don't know, this number in the top right here.
Yeah.
Previous and next relative distance from this
Don't know if I
object.
looked at it there. Whatever.
What was that?
Don't know if I looked at it for that object. That's a big number.
Oh, well, I don't know what you're looking at. Regardless.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like what you're looking at. What are you looking at?
Isn't 3.74?
Oh,
High.
well, oh yeah, that's fine. It's because of the slider velocity.
Oh, right, yeah.
So rhythm's better. Placements, however, are kind of nothing. Like, you don't
Yes.
have any patterns going on.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you-
Especially, there were more patterns at the beginning. And then I'm like, I'm just going to change things so it, like, takes the advice and screw the patterns because I need to fit it back in.
Okay. Let's... What do you think a pattern is, first of all?
Like repetition. And
Okay.
like,
What do you think a pattern is
noticing
in
it.
mapping, though?
in mapping, I don't know, shapes.
More or less, okay.
Okay.
The goal of a pattern is, like, see... We'll make it really simple.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say every combo needs to be a pattern. It's not
Okay.
not objectively true, but that's what we're going to go with for now.
I'm getting a lot of triangles. If that's my new rule. I'll come back with triangles.
You know, that would be probably better than what you got so far.
Okay.
But
Good.
what I want to say is, so you want to have some correlation between these four objects in some way.
Mhm.
Right now, I don't really see a correlation besides like the distance snap to
Mhm.
some degree.
Yes.
So, for example, for this pattern,
Mm-hmm.
now there's correlation because they're all parallel lines.
True.
Very simple.
Okay.
But you don't have to make a pattern like that. You want to make a pattern that's probably a little more engaging than just single parallel lines every time.
They could be like differently parallel every time.
So
These
this-
ones go this way. These ones go this way.
This might be a difficult thing to adjust to.
Uh-huh.
Multiple curves or multiple slider styles. You don't need to do a straight line for everything.
Oh no.
Because I know that's what
I
you've
was
been doing
hoping
so
you wouldn't
far.
Bring that up.
Sorry, no.
Okay.
It's very clear that you're just using straight sliders,
That's not good.
which is not a problem. But your patterns don't exist. So if you have no patterns and no slider
there were
design,
curves after the bookmark.
okay,
2 of them.
I'm not going to consider those. So I want you to think about making new patterns. Like, I don't know, there's a billion patterns you can make.
Yeah.
Easy one. Probably remember this from your old mapping days. Blanket.
Huh.
The objects
The memories are flooding back. To me.
flooding back. Good.
Yeah.
Very basic pattern.
Mhm.
Stacking of notes, it makes things, actually that's not pattern related, but you can stack notes
Mhm.
for spacing related stuff.
Sure.
So I'm going to do some very quick basic adjustments to make patterns with your objects so you can see what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
A lot of patterns are just repetitive things. So
Mhm.
for this, I copy the same thing. This is a pattern network for me.
Okay.
Think about spacing for these kinds of objects. You had very low spacing for like everything so far.
Mm-hmm.
you might want to increase spacing for intense sounds like this, because there's no movement for here. I mean, there's movement on the slider, but there's no like long distance movement with the mouse.
Right.
So
So
if
you're,
it's
like,
just
going
like
smooth
continuously
into
smooth
something.
motion, it's very simple and doesn't really reflect the intensity of what's going on.
Okay.
You got a big jump here for some reason. I don't know. There's not much of a sound on 2.
Hmm.
So something
don't
to
know.
consider.
I don't think I thought about that one very hard.
No, I'm just doing whatever is coming to mind right now, which is nonsense. But this is just what I mean by patterns. I made
Yeah.
triangle. I made
Yes.
another triangle. I can't click on that note. Triangle.
Okay, I see.
Now, I want you to look at this. Here, you can listen as well.
Am I absorbing?
Absorb.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Ignore this part. That didn't look very good.
Mm-hmm.
There were just some basic patterns.
Yes.
I want you
I
to
agree.
come back. You're doing that part, this section,
With
with
patterns.
patterning to some degree.
Got it.
You can change the angles of sliders and whatnot.
I
and
believe I
picking
can.
curves and all that.
Okay. Got it.
Good.
There will be patterns.
There will be patterns. I think something controversial for giving feedback on maps is injecting too much of the person giving feedback's style into their feedback. I don't really know how to avoid that though. So for example, with Ring-Ting over here, I was giving him advice on making patterns because his map didn't have patterns. But how do you give someone advice on patterns without like showing them what patterns exist? I don't exactly know how you do that. He sounded completely lost and clueless. Oh. Chris, were you completely lost and clueless? He says, no, I don't think so. So, Ayomi_Osu. We'll see if he actually was. We'll see if he comes back with patterns. That'll be the true indicator. Nice outfit. I'm just wearing a sweater, but thank you. I guess.
I love why you're wearing a beanie.
So production over there thinks I'm wearing a beanie because I've been into rock climbing a lot, and all rock climbers wear beanies. In the laser user acceptance video, I was wearing a beanie because it was really cold. Now I'm wearing a beanie because I got a haircut and I don't really like how it looks. So I'm like, okay, I'll cover that for the rest of my life. That'll be fine. It's too short. That's what was wrong with my haircut. I just wish it was longer. I usually have long hair. I didn't have a haircut for like 2 years. So now I got a haircut. I'm like, damn. I hate having short hair. This is why I didn't have short hair before. I need this to be a long, or one of these weird curved ones. Wait. I'm gonna make this a triple, actually, because there's a snare drum sound on this, and I want to overmap it in an interesting way. What is the PP? Are you asking how much PP this map would give? Because the answer is none right now. It's not a very... Maybe it's a PP-centric map. I don't know yet. What's the start rating now? 5.45. Higher than I expected already. Clicking the wrong buttons. Oh, what's a picture-in-picture? That's the new mapper who was just sitting here like 3 minutes ago, which you might have missed. He's mapping the same song, and every once in a while he comes over here so I can get feedback on his map. So, yeah. So I'm saying yeah to Walla's message about getting mentored by PCFat means you're going to copy a lot of stuff from PCFat, which makes sense. I think people just don't like that in general. wish there was a better way. I want mappers to have like influence from everyone, not just me. Which means just get mentored by a lot of people at the same time, which is also difficult. So, yeah. Now I'm comboing based on patterning. I don't want that. Let them all in. Oh wait, let them all in the pattern citation Discord. It's that easy. I'm not actually in the pattern citation Discord, but is it actually useful? Can you describe what the pattern citation Discord for those who are unaware? Because I don't actually know. I'm not there. If a person specifically comes to you for feedback, they probably like how you do stuff and want to implement some of your ideas to some extent. I suppose you're right. I think the hardest part to accept about that is like what I do in mapping is just a conglomeration of everything I've absorbed from other mappers in other maps that I played, and I want everyone else to have like to absorb the same stuff. So I want everyone to play every map that I played and absorb and value the same like things within those maps that I value. Then I will be happy. I'm never really happy with mapping mentoring, I guess. I need to map way faster. Now that I'm thinking about it. You're struggling with the imagination on sequence of consecutive whole notes at about 12 seconds. On the same song? I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to elaborate, I'll try to figure out what you're saying. Is a bunch of patterns people post there or use in a bunch of maps? I'm not sure either. I've seen some screenshots of it. Oh, I see. I see. That's what the pattern citation Discord is. Something I want to ask mappers who may be watching right now. Oops. What's something that motivates you to map? It's something I struggle to figure out for people, because a lot of people map for like contests and stuff, and I can figure those are for trying to, I guess, show how like, or trying to establish how good you are at mapping based on other people's opinions. But a lot of people just rank maps and don't really think about it like that. So I'm curious what the average mapper's perspective is. Give Map a break if it's on a prominent section. That's not relevant to what I was thinking. Map because you enjoy it. Well, that's pretty good. Being able to play the songs you like, run enjoyment. Other people to play a cool song to get out of the hood. Okay. I love the music and the concept. Is it Pichu Fat Pog? Yes, it is. So it sounds like for a lot of people, the song is the incentive. Just interesting. I guess Osu is special in the sense that you can map any song. A lot of other things you have, they're very limited on options. spamming circles. There's a if you listen closely, there's a bunch of 1/2 beat notes. That's what I'm having. But I don't have a pattern for it yet. I just place circles. I kind of want to do something linear, because linear stuff is underutilized. Taking a book out of, or taking a page out of Ring and Ting's mapping book. Wanted to try for a while just for the sake of musical expression. This finally got me to actually open the editor for this time, though, so thanks. Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad that the stream has actually influenced someone to start mapping. I think mapping is such a cool thing, especially like, okay, everyone's complaining about like AI art and stuff ruining artists' lives and livelihoods because AI art is destroying, or it's taking a lot of jobs from people, I guess. But for mapping isn't anyone's job. So even if AI mapping comes in, which is like, I'm sure it's going to happen at some point, there's no like, it's not nearly as much of a problem, I think, for me at least, because you don't map stuff to like earn that much out of it like you would if you're like a professional painter or something. There are no professional mappers. I guess Sotarks, I guess, because he streams, but he's a professional streamer, not a professional mapper. All this means to say is mapping is a fun art form. And that pretty much it. I'll get by that right. Yeah, I'm gonna redo this to be something else. To the 1-2s. I don't know if I want to do 1-2s this basically though. I'm gonna do a literal line. That's my answer. Linear is sad? What makes it sad? Oh, you're mapping the same song too, Corey. Nice. I didn't actually realize that. AI could be really nice for non-mappers. Yeah, I think AI mapping will be good for people who... There were a few people here who said like they just want to play a map of whatever their favorite song is. So mapping will... what's it called? Satisfy a lot of them. But at the same time, mapping... You can express things with mapping that, actually, maybe not. I was going to say, I don't know, how far has mapping come for the point, or come in regards to, let me rephrase that. How far has AI come in regards to interpreting sound and creating something from that? Because that's a little bit difficult. Like, obviously it'll be possible at some point, but... Right now, it's not really there, is it? AI that does complex timing would be so nice. Timing is not an art. Timing is a pain. Timing is torture. It's so ugly, but I'm going to leave it anyway. We're doing fancy curve now. Actually, fancy curve does not fit here at all. So I'll just do normal curve. Although I'll do this curve actually. It will just come to imperfection. Yeah, yeah. AI mapping will be interesting to see. People have been doing AI mapping for a very long time. Like if the earliest one I remember was from like 2016, and there probably were earlier ones than that, but I don't remember them. And I think someone like made a map or ranked a map using that. They adjusted stuff, of course, but the base of the map was made with that. It was made by some Chinese guy with the name Alice or the number 3 in their name, or both. I don't remember. My memory is very bad on that. Too much intensity there. I'm just gonna do 2 sliders. This might be the world's ugliest slider shape, but I kind of like it. I don't feel like people don't use this slider shape very much anymore. It was a very common thing around like 2014-ish, 2013, 2014. But I don't see it anymore. Probably because it's really ugly. Light Up My Love has an AI diff? Yeah, I believe that. Popner. It was someone associated with Popner. It might have been Popner too, actually. It's very old though. The one I'm thinking of, and probably the one you're thinking of. I'm making these parallel with this 3 because it makes it a little bit nicer looking. What was that?
You want to ask how many people are actually mapping? Because I haven't gotten any. There's only one person, but they don't want to be first.
They don't want to be first?
Yeah.
I mean, Chris was already first. I imagine not many people are mapping though.
Like 12 seconds.
I mean, that's fine. Production was just talking to me. I don't know if you can hear production, but they were saying to ask how many people are actually mapping. Because I'm also curious, how many people right now are mapping A Stars Hollow song with the intent of showing it off here? Because that is part of the stream here. If you didn't read the news post on the OS website that talks about this stream, basically what we're doing is I'm mapping and trying to teach people how to map through also giving feedback on people's maps. So Corey, I know you're mapping, and I know Becco's mapping. And apparently some third person has already made like a 12-second map. Oh, you're mapping in Mania. Well, that'll be... I don't know if I can provide on that, but cool. Okay. Probably not many people are mapping though. That's why we have New Mapper in the corner, who is like the guaranteed new mapper feedback that we're having. So that part repeats here again, but at a different BPM. So I'm going to do like a smaller version of this. Let me delete these. I feel like it's sort of losing intensity, so I'm going to be doing even lower SV for this next part. Oops. I did not math this out. What's right? Okay. Did I ever finish the dome? Did I ever? Yes, I finished the dome. I have a picture of it, but I can't really pull it up. I'm using my phone for stream chat. Aiden, you're the one who's finished the map. I see. Or you finished 12 seconds. You don't need to be scared. Come on. If you have a map, I want to see it. Even if it's like barely mapped. I want to see it anyway. There's no need to be scared. What do you think I'm going to do? Do you think I'm going to tear it apart and be like, you should never map again?
Yeah, you're a bully.
I can be a bully to Chris. But not to random people on stream. Because of ADHD, I rarely finish maps. I would be lost with a genre like this, so I'm definitely not going to try. I see, okay. I think because rock songs generally don't have like crazy instrumentation going on, it's like drums and guitar for the most part. It's much easier to map than like instrumental song or than electronic songs. But maybe that's just me. Yeah, face your fears. We're doing blanket mode. It's like I'm it's like I'm a new mapper again. No, I hate it though. I hate it. Getting precise rotation in laser will be nice, yeah. I mean, they're gonna make that happen. That is not something you need to worry about. Spacing on that pattern is way off. Wait a minute. Specifically this to this, or this to this rather. It's so wrong. It needs to be so much bigger. That's better. Okay. I'll take that. Songs with less stuff going on sometimes it can be harder to map because the metronome isn't exciting and you want to make the rhythms engaging usually. I suppose you're right. Yeah. I'm not going to map to Flam. Sorry. Yeah, mapping the Flam would be rankable, but the Flam, for those wondering, is like, would be doing like this. But I'm not going to do that. Because I don't think that's very fun. Or, I guess, it would be fun, but it's just hard to interpret. And I don't want my map to be that hard to interpret. I'm listening to the rest of the song now to see like what the section's gonna be like coming up because I don't remember the entire song. Okay, so it lowers intensity again here. So this is probably where I'll put a break. And I'll restart the break, or restart the map here. Okay. So I gotta map this section, then we break here, then this section, and then we're done. Okay. Okay. Whole notes in American. I don't know the context of that. This section should be pretty simple though. I'm gonna be using the same slider velocities settings as over here. Although I kind of want to change it up this time, so I'm going to use straight sliders for these 1/2s. I'm going to be doing a lot of stacks now, because I don't want to be super repetitive from the beginning. Every song's repetitive to some degree, and if you make everything like objectively fit the song, it's gonna just make for such a boring map. 1716 sounds like a Dream Theater song, all right. Yeah. Then I'll make this 1.8, I believe it was. And right here I'm mapping the same rhythm, or this different rhythm, same movement. So you can see, if you follow my mouse in the corner here, going up to the left, down to the right, up to the left, and then it's going to be down to the right again. Just because they're similar parts of the music, but they have different drum rhythms. No, it's not a roast on Dream Theater. It's just like, I've seen Dream Theater songs that are just like that. Just objectively Dream Theater. I'm not going to do the same rotation there. Yeah. Let's try that. Oh wait, what did I do last time there was this rhythm? Oh, I just extended. Okay. Let's do that. It may look silly, but that's okay. Loving the OS channel content recently. Keep it up. Are you ChatGPT? Did ChatGPT just give me a message? Thank you, David. I appreciate it. TinyBot probably couldn't handle Dream Theater. Yeah, I mean, long into the future, it'll be doable. As a mapper, or someone who doesn't really know much about mapping watching the stream, what is something that you're confused about that I'm doing? Because I want to help people learn how to map, but right now, like, I can explain what I'm doing, but I've explained it so many times on stream that I'm probably going to be repeating stuff, and I'm going to be forgetting things that I've already repeated, and it'll be a whole mess.
So I want to have something concrete to ask about. What is something that someone's curious about with mapping? How involved am I with giving feedback for laser? Not particularly, as much as anyone else. Okay. I don't like that as much. Let's see. Repeating things is fine in this format. Yeah, I know it is. It's just like my brain will be fried if I have to repeat every time I do like... I'm repeating this whole section of the map, so I'm going to be repeating the exact same things that I've said before, and I'm not going to remember exactly what I've repeated. Talk about concepts. What are the ones you're using in this beat map? Well... not much, to be honest. No, I'm using... Right now, I'm doing very, like, autopilot mapping is what I want to call it. Just like where I don't have too many specific ideas, but my generic style has a lot of ideas in it that I will just be repeating. So, for example, a thing that I do in so many maps is these kind of overlaps. They're doing the same thing here as well, and here. If you look at the amount of overlap between these objects. Repeating that sort of stuff, and same with like these for my jump sections. And then there's another one over here. These kinds of overlaps, just repeating ideas like this helps to keep a map sort of coherent. Because if a map has a bunch of different ideas going into it, then it's hard to really feel like it represents the song because you keep getting distracted. It's like, why does this object exist here? What's going on with this thing and this thing? So having some consistency, like these are very similar to these. Oops. Not the exact same pattern, but very similar patterns. That sort of cohesiveness makes for a nice map, I think. I think that's a very common thing with mapping, trying to repeat ideas like that in a way that ends up being coherent for mapping contrast. How to balance distance spacing. Now, what does that even mean? I'm going to lean back now, because I've been leaning forward this whole time. What does it mean to balance distance spacing? I don't think that means anything to me, because I don't... There's spacing emphasis. If that's what you're thinking of. Balance. I don't use distance snap though. That's the thing. I was assuming it was distance snap, but I don't have any distance snap. Visual spacing and distance snap? Question mark. I'm not really sure what. Let's assume you're asking about how do you manage spacing, and for the most part, it's a mix of both trying to prioritize important sounds and trying to prioritize important sections. So like, for example, all these sounds, if I did this, it would be fitting, but I want to prioritize this as like one cohesive unit. So I do small spacing for all of this. And this is like an important sound, this snare drum on the 4. So I have big spacing for that. Whereas this stuff, 1, 2, 3, are not that important, so I have kind of small spacing for those. Spacing. This has a randomly loud snare drum here. The previous repetition of this didn't have that. That's interesting. Means I get to use giant spacing. and contrast it with like really tiny spacing right here. Do I use the Alt key a lot? I haven't really thought about it. I think I do for volume stuff, but that's not like changing all the time. What else? No, it's for distance snap stuff, but I don't use distance snap, so that's not that important. Yeah, no, I don't use Alt. Oops. For a moment, you'd be mapping with laser. Yeah, well, I can't map in laser competently. Not yet, at least. Has anyone here tried mapping laser, actually? I made a map in laser a while ago. It was, like a normal difficulty, just to test out the new distance snap thing, and it was interesting. It was also, like, very hard to use, because I can't autopilot. That's basically the reason. Right now I'm really trying to autopilot, because if I think too hard, I'm going to be stuck forever. You've only mapped in laser. So Voctor and Czar, what do you guys think about it? Exaptus says it's hard to use. And Kuruk also thinks it's hard to use. Yeah, I know that feeling of trying to rotate object and select a random skin. That's how it is. So I'm probably only really hard because of the hours you have in Stable Editor working against you, yeah. Kind of makes me want to, like, unlearn how to map so I can learn how to map again in laser. Yeah, you used to use the F6 as your console, that makes sense. I'm excited for Laser Editor. I want to just, like... I feel like it'll just make mapping more exciting somehow. Especially, like, whenever Laser gets to a point where there's new object types, that will be insane. I just want to be able to map, like, a completely new kind of map because of that. Everyone's been asking, like, when's the next Aspire contest, and the answer is, like, it's going to be whenever Laser Editor is in a place where it can support people mapping on it. Because then people are going to make crazy stuff in Laser. Everyone's going to break Laser. It'll be great. It will be great. Hello. You stealing the flash drive? Are you coming out again? Okay. So, you might have noticed there's a new mapper Ringating in the corner, and he's been mapping the same song I have. He's going to come out here. We're going to review his map for the 4th time now. The first 20 seconds. We're just trying to make those first 20 seconds, like, good. When you make a slider in Laser, you can't put an anchor outside of the grid box. You have to make sliders in the middle of the screen. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, I know. I love making sliders like that. And then I can adjust anytime I want outside here. But no, can't do that apparently in the future. Exactly. Okay, let's look at the map. Oops. Hello.
Hello.
Can Mike even hear you?
Can the mic hear me? If I talk loudly. Okay.
So, rename your other difficulty real quick. I just want to have all of them.
Yes.
The best difficulty 3. There's a lot of best difficulties out there.
That is in the
Okay. So, do you want to summarize what you improved on since last time?
I made patterns with the circles and the sliders. That's what I did.
You beat mapped.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't think I've beat it yet.
Okay. You look like parallel lines.
I could curve and sliders.
Okay. Well, you did something.
Not a curve.
You curved here. Are those,
That's after the bookmark.
are those the only 2 curves you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't look there yet. I didn't touch it.
You're right. Okay.
That's from like 3 versions of the map ago.
So I'm gonna try something a little different this time. I
Okay.
want to know, for anyone in chat who's like looking at this map, what do you think is advice for Ring of Ting, or the new mapper in the corner? There's one more concept I want you to apply in the next iteration.
Okay.
The question was, what's some advice you'd give someone with a map like this? Just any single piece of advice. You don't have to like dissect the entire map.
Please mod me.
So, what I'm going to tell you advice-wise now is advancing on the patterns concept, or
Yes.
patterns concept. Advancing on improving your patterns.
Yes.
I want you to take into consideration this thing called visual spacing that I've been talking about on the stream a couple times. Well, okay. I see someone mention the playfield stuff.
Mm.
Move around the playfield. A lot more important patterns in the realm. I'll figure that out once he knows how to. Okay, everyone's like everyone's just saying like every general thing about mapping you're messing up.
Okay. That's good to know.
Let's choose one thing.
Mm.
I was gonna say visual spacing because I was thinking about patterns, but no, they're saying there's a lot more fundamental things, which is
Cool.
yeah. So, what's a good way to do this? I want you to
Start over.
no.
Okay.
I mean, you
Got
can
it.
if you want to.
Eh.
Think about let's try thinking about spacing between objects first.
Okay.
That's a good starting point. So, right now, all of your spacing is kind of samey. Like, it's all kind of smallish.
Okay.
There's not much emphasis going on. It's just like, it's there. Aside from like that to that, that's a big jump relative to everything else. So what I want you to do is consider what are the strongest sounds in each section. And I want you to, what's a mapper you remember? What's a map you remember? Any map.
I can't even pronounce the name. It's a map by PKK.
I don't have any maps on the computer, but okay. Let's look at. Take headphone.
Yes.
So I want you to look at the spacing anywhere here. Actually, this is a bad example. This is an alt map. This is going to be really hard to explain. Okay, let's find anything around the same weekend.
Problem I only play.
Do you only play alt maps? Let's look at this map. Okay. See the small spacing to big spacing. 4 to 5 is small. 5 to 1 is big.
Yes. What was 4 to 5? 4 to 5.
The numbers, yeah.
I mean, like the distance spacing.
You don't need to look at the number. The number
Sure.
doesn't matter.
Okay, but I like the
You
numbers.
you can see that it's small, right? You see
Yes,
that's
yes.
relatively small compared to
Yeah.
this to this is small
Yes.
compared to that to that. This is the important sound.
Right.
That's why they do that.
Like, in the editor, I don't in my head how much time's between the objects necessarily. And then if the time between objects is different, then the spacing is different, but it's not moving in real time, so you don't notice that as easily when you're bad. To clarify.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I think what you should try to do then is I'm going to tell you to do something that is not necessarily different in terms of mapping, but it'll help you with spacing and learning how to space things. So this is a thing that like makes your rhythm very boring for a lot of people potentially.
Okay.
But also at the same time very exciting. It's going to be very generic space or generic rhythm. We'll adjust it later. For now,
Generic's better than bad.
get rid of every 1/2 beat. So if you see a 1/2 beat, slider.
Mhm. All right.
Do that everywhere.
Okay.
Same for here. Slider, whatever.
All right. Sure.
And then consider the spacing. Because at that point, you will know
Right. Then they're-
everything is the same
sure.
spacing apart
Okay,
on the
this makes
timeline.
sense. You're addressing my issue. That's good.
Yes. This one you can leave because you can't really extend that.
Okay.
But the
I'll
rest
just
of
have
them,
to figure that one out.
yeah, that one. Generally, the thing people do is for 1 beat gaps, they just stack. It's like the safest thing you can do.
Okay.
Because if you have a rhythm style, it's all like this.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be able to. It's very easy to differentiate. That's all.
Okay.
If it's like a jump, it's like, is it a 1/2 beat jump? Do I just jump really far? I don't know.
Yeah.
Easier to read this way.
Okay. I don't even need to hear this. It keeps
You don't need to hear that anymore.
All right.
So try doing that, and then consider the spacing between the objects, and then consider.
Okay.
Does this deserve a jump? Does it not deserve a jump? And try to make it very clear what a jump is and what is not a jump.
All right. Got it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna come back with a map with a bunch of half feet.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
And hopefully better patterning.
Yes.
Is my PC outside? Yeah, it is. Game is so loud. Did I increase the volume?
No, it was the map.
Oh, the other map.
Yeah, the other map.
Sorry about that. Gotcha. A tip that helped me a lot was having small average spacing and the large spacing very strong sounds that separate. Yeah, that's basically what I told him to go do. So, game has always been. Oh, if a game's always been loud, just let me know. I can change the volume. So you're saying more important sounds should have more spacing before them. Yeah, that's generally how mappers handle spacing. Thank you, Log Off Now, for rating the Osu livestream channel. You remember Anna Apple saying something about whenever she struggled with playful usage to try and figure eights around the screen. It was about hard diff mapping. You mentioned it before. Oh, well, blame production for that one then. Someone was just saying the game was too loud. Hello, people from Log Up Now's channel. What you're watching right now is me making the map and also giving feedback on other people's maps if they send them. Plus, giving feedback on the new Mapper in the Corners maps, which is the same song that I'm mapping. A lot of stuff going on here. And this is just 1/2 beat spam. Oh wait, there's gonna be so many beat notes. Wait. So I'm gonna have to put some sliders in here, not just map single circles every time. Feedback, you say? Yes. Well, okay. Now let me. I see. I was not specific enough. You can have feedback on your map if you're mapping a song from the newest featured artist, who is Stars Hollow, right up there. So no Log Off Now. You can't have feedback on that Daria core map. I don't know what that map even is, but probably not relevant here. Sorry. I'm gonna lower slider velocity here because it's a different section. I want to differentiate it. Pentagon time. That is because I heard 5 sounds plus slider sound, so I'm like, okay, that'll work pretty well. Time to get mapping a hollow map. It seems like such a weird way to say Stars Hollow, a hollow map. But yeah, I guess you're right. I think it'd be cool to make like a descending pattern with all these same sliders copy pasted down the middle. I think it's just a cool pattern. Can I leak any of those things? No. No, I can't. How long does it take for a new song from a featured artist to get timed and added to the OSU site? Well, new featured artists are added once a week at this point. It used to be twice a week, but we cut it back. And every artist announcement comes with a batch of like 5 to some huge amount of songs potentially. I hope Bird Problems can be a featured artist at some point too. I hope. No whistles, please. This part is like, feels very epic. Epic in like the grandiose sense. But it's very low density rhythm wise. So I'm not really sure what to do. Like something's making me be like, I want to do this, but it's so boring. I might just do circles. Something like this. So then this note will get a lot of emphasis. Are you in front of a green screen? You tell me. Yeah. Am I in front of a green screen? I don't know if you can even see that. I'm not.
Touch the dirt again.
What was that?
Touch the dirt again.
In fact, I'm not going to touch the dirt. I'll touch the dirt again. You're right. It's not grass, but it's as close as we can get. I'm responsible for timing V maps, yeah. Or for timing the featured artist maps. I read somewhere long time ago that distance feels much larger going up down versus left right. So I like making jumps vertical because they feel more intense, even if they're like not as intense. Is that insane speak? Probably. Yeah, I think this section is going to be only circles. Just because I want to differentiate it in a cool way. And circles are going to be that. Sorry for asking, but are you... Well, why are you sorry for asking? Yes, but... I don't know why you're sorry. Make that smaller. Osu voice actor. You don't think I cannot voice act? This is the voice I can do, my own voice, no one else's voice. How cruel is it to do this? Would people be offended by this? It's so slow, I think you can figure it out. I'm specifically talking about the stack in the corner. I made a whole map about just like these stacks. Wait, can I find it? Oh, no, it does exist. It's a whole map of just about obnoxious stacks. Where's like there's more obnoxious stack parts for sure. Oh yeah, there these ones. After a giant fast slider that you're not expecting, there's just like three random notes under here in obnoxious rhythm. I made that so long ago. I'm repeating that idea right here. SAO song dies cringe. But Handsome mapped it, so I'm a Handsome fanboy. I haven't looked at any of Handsome's new maps actually. I think Handsome maps are too hard for me now, so I've like lost interest in them. I'm going to make these ones very wide. So I can repeat the same thing here. At this point, I'm just making a pattern. Like a visual pattern. I don't want to do this in the middle because I'm going to be repeating the same idea again. I haven't looked at the map or chat for like 2 minutes. I was too focused on mapping. Why is there little attention, few followers? He's a genius. For Handsome? I think Handsome has a lot of mapping followers, as far as I remember. Unless you're talking about something else. What is this rhythm? This is 1/3, okay. Let's do some slider stuff. We're about to get to the break section, yes. This whole previous section was like very quick because it was all very basic patterning circles. That might be way too intense for what this map, what this whole section is. It feels way too intense already. I'll just do that. And let's see how it actually plays. I'm not sure how this whole entire like last 10-second section is. It works. I have no idea what the strawberry aroma guy's talking about. I'm very confused. What was that?
Camera stop.
Camera stopped.
Yeah.
Oh. Chris, can you fix that? Apparently the camera stopped.
Technical difficulty stream or no?
No, you can leave it on. I mean, can we just turn it off and on again to see if that works? You'll probably need to reactivate on OBS too. It's a shame that there is no sense in my words. Yeah. Yes. I agree. Well, while you're here, I'm just going to play the map and see how it goes from the beginning. There's what? How much of this is mapped? Minute 13? We're 2/3 through the map? Okay. so hard to think about talking while playing, actually. They acknowledge that. I think I'll stack these last few notes. Otherwise, how's the camera going?
Maybe.
Maybe is how it's going. Okay. I'm gonna stack these last two then. Okay. Still gone. Now it's working? Well, you got the camera itself, the camera settings for a second.
Really? Okay. In that case.
Now we're back. Okay. Cool. It's back now. Yes. Nice. Nice. Okay. I think the end of the song is pretty anticlimactic. But I'll finish this difficulty. We'll get it done. We will get it done. Becco, how's your map coming along? Let me just map the rhythm out here first. Okay. So what would be more entertaining than this? There. Overmapped accurately. 65% done. You're so fast. What the hell? You probably don't have this giant break here either, do you? Good night, Ayumi_Osu. Grass touching while mapping? Yeah. Why not? Why not? It doesn't sound good right now, rhythm-wise, but it'll sound much better with hit sounds. Okay. Let me do this. I'm going to make this really low spacing because the song is not intense right now. Excuse me. That's not what I meant to do. I am sitting outside the house. Yes. Is it that complicated? You people can sit anywhere they want. The artist is Stars Hollow, the newest featured artist. If you go to the OS website, you'll see the latest news post is about this artist, and it explains what's going on in the stream. So I'll keep that at 1. Are you doing the entire Beyond the Nest album? How many maps are left? Pigeon Superstition's your favorite song. 2 maps left. Very valid. I like Qualia. I think there's already a map of that one, but I like Qualia. So I'm satisfied. Qualia and Cold Turkey were actually two of my favorites there. I'm going to differentiate this with a little bit of higher slider velocity from the next slider. There's a pattern I want to do somewhere in here. I think this is it, yeah. I see you're recreating the lyrics as far as you can tell they are in there. Streams always excite the bloody especially strongly when you squeeze them. I'm very confused. I am beyond confused. What can I teach about mapping that people need to know? Let me think about this. At this point, I'm trying to think, what am I doing that is like... What am I doing mapping-wise that is something that a new mapper would not be doing? That I'm not even thinking about. Do you upload the beatmap for review? Yeah, I guess. You can upload it wherever. I think slider shapes. Let me talk about slider shapes real quick, because that's something that it may not look like anything. It looks like I'm just mapping a generic slider here. And I am mapping a generic slider here. But there is some amount of thought being put into this. Like, I think a very common thing is you're going to notice a lot of my sliders, they're like barely... I rarely do stuff like angled like this, meaning to say like this part and this part, the head and the tail, are like they're not at 45-degree angles for the most part, unless it's a case like this, where basically what happens is I always have some part of the slider more or less in line with the X or Y axis, such as this part being in line with the X axis, this one being in line with the Y axis, this one being in line with the X axis, this one, what's it called, Y axis, this one is for the sake of pattern, so you can ignore that one. This one X axis, this one Y axis, etc. It's Y axis here. It's a thing I'm doing just naturally without even thinking about it, because that's just a way that I keep my map sort of coherent, especially when I'm autopiloting sliders like I am right now. And I'm pretty sure every mapper has things like that they do that they don't really have good ways to explain. Because like I say that I do the sliders like these, but what's the point? Is there like actually a point? It just looks like I'm placing sliders, and it would be very insignificant if I were to move this by 30 degrees. But at a certain point, is it not significant? Is it significant that I'm doing every slider like that? Because you see, even if you don't acknowledge it, you feel the consistency between the sliders in that sense. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe this is not a real thing. But that's how I map. I'm going to increase slider velocity here, just to differentiate it from the next slider I'm going to do, which is right down here. Sakiriosu, if you make a map of a Stars Hollow song, I will mentor you. The deal is valid for the next, like, 3 hours. I mean, production is just like 3 hours, really? But because that's about how...
Nothing. I love my job.
he loves his job. You heard him. I'll be mapping for like 3 hours more. Simple slider library. Someone said using shortcuts. I think I'll talk about shortcuts now. I haven't even thought about what shortcuts I'm using. You probably see me saving a map. That's probably my most used shortcut. It's the least relevant, so ignore that one. Okay. What did I just do? Can we... Okay, production. Request. Can we focus on the keyboard?
Your keyboard?
Yeah, my keyboard.
Yeah.
Okay. Production is going to move the camera so you can see my keyboard. So you're going to be able to see what I'm doing shortcuts-wise while I explain it. Because, man, I don't want to just say, like, look at the 2 I'm pressing, etc. 2 is in the number 2. That was aggressive. You're going to have to focus it again, probably, too. Can you zoom in, too? Nice.
You can go this first.
Look at that. This is the value of production.
Good.
If you want, can you switch to the other scene too? The wider camera screen.
Oh yeah.
Just for this section. Let's talk about shortcuts while I'm mapping. What keyboard is that? I don't know. Some 60% keyboard. I got this keyboard because back when I was using a laptop as my main computer, I spilled like a drink on my laptop, some like juice or something. And I'm like, oh shit. I cleaned it all off. I'm like, okay, computer still works, we're safe. But then the keys all stuck. So I'm like, I need to go buy a keyboard right away. So I went to Micro Center and I bought a keyboard. Just the first thing I saw that was like decent. And there we go. That was this. I needed to use my keyboard right then, right at that day. I didn't want to wait for a keyboard to ship or something like that. You have a map. Okay, well, leave it off for now. I need to go through some shortcut stuff first. Tips for someone playing with keyboard and mouse: just keep playing, the same as you play with tablet. So you can see my keyboard now. What you're going to see me doing a lot is handling these 1, 2, 3 keys. 1 is to select the select thing, 2 is to select circles, 3 is sliders. So as you see, I pressed 2 because I wanted a circle. Except I don't want a circle, I want a slider, so I'm making a slider. I selected, once I finished the slider, I right click to finish the slider, I press 1 to be able to select the slider instantly. Actually, it's probably helpful to see my mouse too, so let me move all this. I think you can see my mouse now, right?
I'm gonna scoot over a little bit. You don't think you used any of these shortcuts when you map? Well, Uber. Everyone maps differently, Uber. It's a Tycho map of all maps. Okay. I can't play Tycho. I don't know what you're expecting. We'll see how this goes. Someone sent a Tycho map. Finally, someone has what's it called? Someone has sent a map in for this mapping thing where I'm supposed to be reviewing people's maps. Partially reviewing, partially, and just teaching people about mapping stuff. Very poorly. But someone sent a Tycho map of all maps. Okay. My arm is injured, yes. But it's been injured for a while. It's like 2 months. And I can still... Pretty fine. You got the right person, don't worry. Corey. Give me like a few more minutes. I want people to, whoever wants to absorb information about shortcuts, I want them to really absorb it. And I also haven't explained much of what I'm doing besides 1, 2, 3, 4. So press Q for new combos a lot. You can also make new combos by, like you can see this is a 2. I go over here, right click, and now it's a 1. Only moving outside the playfield does that. If I right click here, oh no, it does work over there too. I'm just insane. I always go to the outside of the thing. Right, I go outside the playfield because if I click in the playfield, I might delete an object. I don't want to do that. Map gets real when the mapper hits 4. Whenever I want to make a spinner, I click the spinner. I don't even click 4. Someone asked a question. What's a tip for fast-moving moat groups? Note groups. Oh, sorry. I select a bunch in the timeline and I move them. I don't know what you're thinking exactly. If you have like slider, say you have a slider outside the playfield like this, it won't let you move it, but you can click up here and move it like this. Pretty jank. Very small use cases for that. Oh, okay. See, my brain was on like, how do you quickly move the notes? That's what fast-moving note groups are. But you're talking about streams. Yeah. I mean, first off, you can make streams with the shortcut Control-Shift-D. Was it? No, it's Control-Shift-F, excuse me. And you can do that. But I don't know how many people actually do that. Note swarms. Sounds like such a gamer term. But you can do that, or you can... What I normally do is I just use distance snap. Excuse me. I use distance snap. Here's my first note in the stream. And I have a higher distance snap. I adjust this with holding Alt and moving. And if I have a stream shape like that, I don't know. It's a wave now. It's not a perfectly formed wave, but it's close enough. Note swarm is based. The nice thing about using the distance snap thing is like if I want to have gradually increasing streams or increasing spacing,
I just make each note and scroll up. And it works. It doesn't look very good like this, but that's how it works. There's your tips on nose swarms. I love nose swarms as a term. Did you just make that up, Dokipon? So then it repeats a lot of stuff here. Okay. I'm gonna copy paste this. I make a lot of adjustments to the map as I go strawberry, so it's gonna be a while before it's done. I'm just trying to make it to a point where I'm satisfied with it. So there's no like actual goalpost that I'm trying to reach with each object placement. It's just a personal choice. What did I do here? Straight slider. Hello, June Kevis. Don't know how to pronounce that name. You're back on the grind. Are you still at 67% or something? This is an English song. I'll keep that slider velocity. Actually, I'll raise it on second thought. Still at 67. All right. Right. I was gonna look at someone else's map. David, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's readjust the camera back. Hopefully, whoever asked about shortcuts, you got something from that. I just use 1, 2, 3, 4 a lot. Q for new combos, and the rest is on my mouse for the most part. Oh, I didn't even think about it. For what's it called? Hit sounding. I do hit sounding like while I'm mapping. So I'm just pressing Shift QWE or Control QWE. You can see what those do for yourself. It's complicated. Map reviews? Question mark. Yes, if you're doing a map for Stars Hollow, the newest featured artist, then I'll review your map. Otherwise, I will not touch your map. You send me a map?
Yeah, 1 sec.
Oh. I'm not reading these messages. Sorry, everyone. Love my look. I'm wearing a hat and a sweater, but I appreciate it. See, I'm just confused, but you're not the first person to say like, oh, your look is nice. It's just like, I'm wearing the most generic stuff ever. Is this a look? I'm wearing generic dude outfit. The Tycho one? Oh, great. I'm gonna look at it. I'll look at it. You made a Tycho map. I will look at this Tycho map. This is not Tycho. I can't play Mania whatsoever. So someone Corey in chat made a map. I can't play Mania. I will look at it in the editor. Everyone, admire Corey's map of the same song that we were just mapping. I saw this map and I'm like, 2.5 stars. I can probably do that. And then I look at it like, no, there is no chance. I can't play that. Looks like a map, all right. I'll give it 4 out of 4 stars because it's a 4K map, and I wish I could tell you more, but man, I have no idea how anything works in Mania. Oh, you completely changed the style in the 206 BPM section. That's contrast. That's the one thing I can recognize. It's 7 a.m. Go to sleep, yeah. Enjoy. Corey, this is Tycho. This is officially Tycho. Don't bring Scout outside. There's a giant dog right there. Not the dog that was barking, actually. Yeah, that was definitely a map, all right. Thank you for making a map, Corey. I wish I could have anything to say about it, but I don't. Oh wait, did that just delete my map? I think that literally deleted my map. No, wait, no, it didn't delete my map. My map has just been converted to Mania. Let me just, like, be extra sure of that. Different metadata. That would have been so sad. What's up?
Scout's got to use the restroom, which is the backyard. He doesn't go on walks.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, well, maybe he shouldn't walk by here. So he might be brought in the side door.
That's fine. Yeah.
All right.
They're bringing the dog out. You might see a dog in the background. There's gonna be a dog coming out to pee right behind us, by the way. Poop? Oh, great. I'm gonna need to copy paste this part here. I forgot if I answered. Yes, I do the laser updates on the YouTube channel. This is not a laser update. Is there a release date for this map? March 31st, 2023. Whenever it's done. I love those videos. But one of these days, this mapping thing will hopefully be doable on laser. For now, I can't map on laser competently. Oops. I'm not gonna put that there. I'm gonna move everything around so I can do like one of those super basic 120-degree patterns. The dog peeing in the background. Look. You're gonna see me scrolling back and forth in this map just to like, just to see what I was repeating. Let the man scream. He's not gonna scream. He's not allowed to scream. Is grid snap important when mapping songs? It really depends on the kind of map you're making, but for like a freeform sort of map like this, not really. For most modern maps, no, you don't ever use grid snap. It's sort of a relic of the past when people actually mapped on the grid, you know. What was that? Oh, that's awkward. Dog doesn't want to pee. I mean, you can probably let...
Probably, right? As long as he doesn't interfere with this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
The dog's going off leash. If the stream suddenly ends, it's because the dog has chewed all the equipment we have, which it's not going to happen. I'm mapping this as a little bit of a build-up because, well, okay, the song has a little bit of a build-up in it, so I'm mapping with ascending slider velocity, but the build-up sort of stops right here, so I want to have more of a pause between now, this note, and the next note, which is going to be more intense, which is why I'm lowering slider velocity on this one. If anything happens, blame the dog. Yes. How many stars? 5.51 now. Actually, wait. This was not the right slider velocity. It should be 1. Another very unconscious thing that I do is, or maybe it's conscious to some degree, is making a lot of sliders that have big jumps to them, then they always angle upwards like this. I don't usually do it the other way though, like down like that. I think it's because I like this sort of bounce feeling on the cursor. It's like when you land on something. I like to bounce upwards, but I don't like to bounce downwards. Might be being insane, thinking that. But even if I am insane thinking that, it makes for consistency in the map. And does that mean it's a good thing in the end? I think to be a mapper, you need some level of insanity. Because why would you do this otherwise? Hi, Scout.
Oh, he made it. He didn't knock anything over.
Thanks. Dog jumped over my computer. What was that?
Camera frozen.
Oh, camera froze again. It's a whole new section, okay. Bookmarking this. So this part is going to be repetitive again. This is advanced mapping technique of copy pasting everything, but I'm going to be adjusting all placements and adjusting rhythms when necessary. Advanced mapping technique. Okay, this is all going to need to be deleted. Okay.
Stuff.
Stuff. Okay. Camera's working again?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Osu live mapping stream. That's what's going on here, yes. Although we're slowly reaching the point where I am going insane from mapping for so long. So I need to explain something or else I'm going to go insane. I need to use my words, speech. Something about mapping specifically. Oops. I just got a phone call from my roommate. Sorry, roommate. Can't answer that right now. I'm going to do the same pattern, same slider design here, but higher slider velocity. Because I think that'll be cool. Explain mapping, all of it. What is a map? Okay. Well, this is a map. You start by typing OSU file format v14, then you do 2 new lines, then you type general, then you type audio file name, audio to MP3. It can be whatever you want. Okay. What was I about to say? I don't know what I was about to say. You tell me. There's too much of a delay for me to know what you're talking about specifically. Back to 1.0. Yep, he's lost it. No, was I about to say something? Am I insane? I might have been about to say something. Hello, very small giant. Very delayed hello. Where are you right now? Such a peaceful setting outside. Yeah, I'm just in someone's backyard. Because it's nicer than being inside. I don't have much of a reason for it, actually. I'm just like, well, I could be inside. I literally could have just done this inside, and it would have made it probably easier, to be honest, because then with this we had to drag a lot of equipment outside. exhausting rundown of all mapping history. Okay. In the beginning... No, I'm not going to do that. But that reminded me of something. I think one thing that... the thing that I think needs to happen, and hopefully we're getting some very slim semblance of that with this stream, is a way of like reconnecting the Osu community together in some way. Like obviously the entire Osu community is not watching the stream. That'd be insane. But mapping is very spread out between lots of different groups and all that. Playing too, but I can't really do much about playing communities. Mapping communities, however, they're not that big, but it's also still very spread out. And I want there to be like more of a community feel for mapping. Why do I want that? I don't really know. I don't have like, there's no reason for it, but I just think it would be nice. That's the reason. I feel like mappers deserve something cool like that. DJ Pop discovered the circle. Natsumi Rin invented the slider. Ubrizalik apparently invented the spinner. They're closing the door. I think because it's cold. Listen to this part real quick. This is going to be a little bit more difficult to map because it's a lot of different circles and a lot of different sounds to account for. Okay. So what I heard was... Wait, this is too fast. That's what I'll be mapping, like, pattern-wise. Okay. Okay. I have an idea for the pattern for this, at least. I don't know why I have a pattern idea for this already. Something like... I think that's pretty cool. It's sort of like a progressive... I don't know how to describe it. Imagine this line where my line is going, or my mouse is going, and this line connect. It's like a... Actually, no, it doesn't look very good. Let me make it in a more linear way. Then it'll probably be clearer what I'm doing. Yeah, that's probably a little better. Okay. Rhythmically, that's what I'll do. And I'll repeat the same sort of pattern here because it'll create some sort of cohesion between this pattern and the next measure. Now hit sounding them all. Okay. Let's see how that went. Forgot to hit some of these notes. Whoops. Okay. That was probably way too fast. Did any of that mapping make sense? I wonder. It was pretty fast how I mapped all of that. There's emphasis on each of these. I'll bookmark the parts where there's emphasis. These notes. And then I mapped patterns according to that. Do it again. I could literally do it again. It would be pretty easy now that I've already mapped it out. And I've repeated the same, like, overlapping 1 and 4 here as 1 and 4 here, because they fit together well. Made a lot of sense. Now, Kairozukun and K_Wiry, are either of you mappers? Like, do you have any mapping knowledge? Because I want to know if what I'm doing makes sense to mappers, or does it make sense to, like, anyone who's watching? Obviously, if you're a Nozu player. If you're not a Nozu player, nothing I say will make sense. That's fine. What SV is this? 1.4. That's what this was supposed to be. Your beginner mapper. Okay. Well, if one of your current work in progress maps is a map from Stars Hollow, then I do want to see it, actually. I think this needs a little bit bigger spacing. There we go. A little bit neater now. I think this is the last section of the song. It just ends at this point, yeah. We're in literally the last section. Nice. You're a mapper for your hard drive. That's a good way to start. When you mention consistency and with the overlap, show the previous context in the map for. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I also did the same sort of overlaps earlier in the map, like right at the beginning. These sorts of overlaps. And then also right here, yeah, which are supposed to resemble these overlaps. When mapping, there's a lot of things you got to keep in mind, like your mental RAM, your short-term memory, but it's not necessarily short-term memory. It's like, okay, in any specific section, I always have to remember, you see all these green lines at the bottom? I want to say like half of them are for slider velocity, so I have to remember what every slider velocity is at any point in time. So like these, I don't remember exactly what they are, but I'm pretty sure this is 0.8, 0.9, 1.2, 1.0, and this is, I forgot what this one is, also 1.0? Let's see. No, that's 1.2, but yeah, 8, 9, 1.2, 1, 1.2. Stuff like that. It makes it easier if you have to go back and look at that stuff all over again every time you like a part of the song repeats. You'll be mapping forever, for ages. But being able to remember that stuff is very helpful. Classic timeline forest. Yep. You can see. You can just look at the timeline and see like how much my mental state has degraded. Because at the beginning, I was like fresh. I was like, good, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to map. So I was putting a bunch of green lines, but as it goes on, it's just like it slows down. There's so much fewer green lines, and yeah. Oops. I'm gonna set combo colors. That'll refresh my mental state. Let's go with blue, green, pink. Scout need to pee again.
I think so.
The dog's gonna go pee. Dogs are pretty good at not knocking things over,
Yeah.
surprisingly. I'm gonna do like super low slider velocity here, just because I feel like it's really impactful if it's really slow. This is supposed to be the climax of the song. So let's go 0.4. The Osu team sacrificing my sanity, implying the Osu team's is like forcing me, making me sit here and do this. Yeah. TDP?
Nope.
Oh. Damn. Blink twice if you are forced to map right now. Of course I'm not forced to map. What do you mean? No. Can we... Oh, Uber. Well... Not if we left the server, Uber. How would we do that? You saw the dog. Good. I'm glad. Oops. I feel like I don't remember what the map was that does this sort of mapping. It's like really low slider velocity stuff. But whenever I played some map many, many years ago, it stuck with me so well, and that's why I'm doing this right here. It just feels so impactful. Despite not being like intense. I think it's just the amount of contrast between spacing and movement. Or spacing and slider velocity, excuse me. Windows 11 user confirmed. Yes, I'm on Windows 11. Is that surprising? I want that to be even bigger. Let me hit some notes. Let me hit some notes and I miss all of them. Make it a little bigger though, yeah. What was that? Oh, he took my he took the flash drive. New mapper and ring-a-ting in the bottom corner, which many people haven't asked about recently. I guess it's explained pretty well on the stream itself. But someone else is mapping the same song as me in the corner, and I think this will be what is it the fourth? I think it's the fifth one. Yeah, it's the fifth one. This is the fifth iteration. We're trying to improve the 20 seconds on this map. Oops. That's what it should be. Fourth one. This is a 3-star tops. You're missing the part where it's actually 5.56 stars right now. Let's get this map in. Oh, I didn't copy this time.
You didn't,
So.
is that a problem?
No, it's not a problem.
We deleted everything.
You like the obsessive Control S? Yeah, that's why I have to wear this. It's because I saved way too many times.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Ring-a-Ting's map. We've been improving the first 20 seconds every time you come here.
Yeah.
So what did you do to this latest iteration?
I made the spacing match the music more, I think.
Okay.
Maybe.
Right,
I didn't do what you said and turn everything into little quarter note or half note sliders
Why did you not do that?
because it felt like I'd have to undo it.
I don't think you'd have to undo it necessarily.
Okay.
But,
So
okay.
I felt like I might be making more work for myself. I did try to make the spacing.
Okay. I don't know about that one. This is why I said to do that thing.
Wait. Yes.
I think
Okay. You want to brute force?
I think literally if you brute
Okay.
force that,
Okay.
it
but
will
like
be
literally
better.
everything, even like these guitar parts that repeat. Not that one. That one I did do something. Small track.
that one's okay. I like that one. These ones I think.
Yeah, like that.
Extend those ones.
Extend them
You
all.
can make them. Okay, I'm going to tell you to do a different rhythm because it'll just make it more interesting.
Okay.
Make this. You're not following the song exactly 3/4, and that 1/2 or 3/4,
1/2 or 3/4.
or you can make this a circle actually.
Should they all be the same? 1/2?
No.
3/4? Just
You can do
mix it
whatever.
up. Okay.
I mean, don't make them.
It's like jazz.
If you're gonna do whatever you do for these two notes, do the same for these two notes. That's
Okay.
my recommendation.
Sure. So there's some repetition, but it's
Yeah.
more interesting.
A little more interesting. Also gives you a lot more pattern options than just 4 circles,
Okay.
and it'll feel a little more intense for the section, which is supposed to feel a little more intense.
Okay. All right.
I think if you manage that, spacing here, you've done well with the spacing, patterning of just parallel lines. You really took that one to heart. It's the first example you
I
got.
have to think less and less brain devoted to making patterns that make any sense.
Okay, think about this. Why?
Wait. Because it's like that's 2. 4 is like
You
2
don't
whole
see.
numbers after 2.
Yeah, you got me there. You got me there. But I think it'll look better if you
Does
don't
it-
see that.
Do you see that overlap when you play
I mean,
a decent amount?
you're playing it. This is before the slider ends, so yeah, you see that.
True.
When you're mapping it, you don't see it because
Yeah.
the slider is gone. But
Right.
while you're playing, you'll see it. Some bird just had a seizure in the tree over there.
That was crazy.
There's so many feathers. Look at all that.
Huh.
What happened there?
There might have been 2 birds. It might have been a fight.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not sure. That was intense. Okay.
Anyway, as generally bad advice as it is to fill all the 1/2 beat gaps, I'm going to tell you to do that. Except for this one's good because this part like actually gets real calm. Yeah, these parts I don't know. You can do something a little more exciting for this.
Okay.
Yeah,
That will be more interesting.
these
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I feel about these. They're a little too like the gap is so weird because it's the note you're mapping extends so much further, but your mapping is just like implying a pause, which is kind of weird.
Should I extend it?
I would suggest extending further. Like if you're going to be getting rid of all the 1 beat gaps, you can just do that for these.
That does do that.
Yep.
All right.
Um,
I can't even read it from here.
they're not saying very important things. They're never saying important things.
Are you flaming them?
A little bit.
Got it.
Anyway, do that and think more about. So you have a lot of straight sliders. If you're going to make a map of straight
Yes.
sliders,
Uh-huh.
you got to have some intent behind the angle of the straight sliders. That's my
Intent was that they're
recommendation.
Parallel.
See, okay. But like, how does this straight slider relate to this one? It's like, it's
It
just
comes before.
okay. Think about the cohesiveness of a map overall.
That sounds hard.
It does sound hard. It is hard.
Okay.
But think
I'll let
about
that
it.
simmer.
Think about how this slider relates to this slider.
Oh god. Why would
They're
I do
just
that?
random sliders as far as I can tell.
Aren't they like 10 seconds?
They are 10 seconds apart. You don't need to think about like, oh, it's placed like in the same place. Just think about like, if this happened to be
Using
the same
a
map.
Total of 4 angles total.
You don't. Okay, I don't want to say that, but that is a good way to make something very cohesive. What I'm saying is,
I've done that. I've made a map that's grid snapped and then I just tilted it at the end. so
Okay,
it doesn't
that's-
look grid snapped.
The way most people do is they have 8 angles. So they have they have.
So
Oops.
the grid snap rotate.
They have
for
this
half
one.
of it, and then the grid snap rotate a different way.
Pretty much, yeah.
The other
Pretty much.
half. Okay.
Um,
Got it.
Yeah. I hope you can figure out something with angles.
Okay. So angles.
If you're gonna have only straight
and
sliders,
fill half beat gaps.
yeah, try to. I want to give you a map with straight sliders to use as reference. Okay,
Okay.
what I'll tell you is look at any map you like and see how they handle straight sliders.
Okay.
And then when you come back,
Mm-hmm.
if you're gonna take influence from that ranked map, put it on the flash drive too, so we can look at it.
Okay.
There you
We'll
go.
Look. Research time.
Research. New map corner is gonna have a lot more excitement going on. You're gonna be seeing him look at random maps. The Mo map that's only straight sliders, so they'll actually do the straight game. Is that? I was gonna say, is that the Senya map? There's so many Mo Senya maps. Which one is it? I don't have it downloaded. I think. Yeah, no, I have barely anything on this computer. Well, we'll see it in a minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. 'Cause I haven't peed since the stream started. Production, can you go to Chris's screen? While I do that, I'll be back.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is he really playing the tutorial? Okay. Uber? Is that the Uber I know? It probably is. There are 3 Uber mappers, but I have a feeling that's Uber I know. Hello, Uber. Let's go to the actual map. Nice. Hello, Uber. Okay, I'm going to do something I did earlier in this map, in this section. So there's a very sparse rhythm with high spacing, and then it repeats the same thing with faster rhythm. I'm doing the same thing here again, but with half beats. What is the gimmick of this stream, though? Okay, so you're expecting
something like the like 2 other streams I've done where I'm making a featured artist announcement video. But that's not what I'm doing now. I'm making the featured artist post announcement stream. Basically, the other streams did not encourage people to map whatsoever. This one's sort of encouraging people to map, hopefully. And if it's not encouraging people to map, people are absorbing mapping knowledge, and they will map whether they like it or not. Because hopefully they're absorbing information that will lead to them to want to map yet. It's not as sinister as I want it to be. I want it to be super sinister. This is a feature. Well, there already is a featured artist video, but be friends with a NAT and map an easy for them. Yeah, Uber has one ranked map. It's a 30-second. I literally played it recently. Yeah. Harumachi Clover Easy by Uber. That's their only ranked map. And the rest of these are GDs. So he's mapped 28 objects that are ranked. Good job, Uber. I will say, it's getting chilly out here. That's genius, and I hate it. It is genius. And you should hate it. I'm gonna take this. Is it plagiarism if I'm copying my own patterns? It's gonna be a little different because of this little build-up thing. I just messed that up. Whoops. I accidentally changed the offset of the green line. Work smart, not hard. You're 80% done? Hey, I'm 87% done. You better go fast, Becco, because I'm going to finish soon. At this rate, you and Corey, Mania Man, or Mania Woman, are the only people who have finished maps. Like, even if you map like 10 seconds, I want to look at that. Anyone who's mapped like 10 seconds of a map, I want to see that. Oh, right, you're mapping the longer song. I forgot. Police will knock your door down. I am the police. I would actually want to see your map. I literally want to see newer mappers' maps. So, yes, I do want to see your map. As long as it's a new mapper out from the artist Stars Hollow. Because, yeah. No, super slow for this one again. How did I start this one? Just a circle. Okay. I gotta have a slider here now. You are preparing to cringe. You must have cringed so many times by the start of this. I don't know. You have to link it to me in Osu. My name is... that's my name right there. Is there like a contest for mapping the new feature artist or something? No, it's just if you map something, I'll look at it. Such as what these people potentially mapped. I have Mindscapes linking the maps to me, so I don't actually map them myself. Hello, CaliCube. I guess this is a good time to advertise. I did a podcast with CaliCube and a couple other mappers, and it came out literally right when the stream started, which is funny. It's a very, very casual podcast called The Mappers Table, I think. And it was pretty chill. I have no idea what the final thing turned out as. There was one part in that where I just rambled on and I completely forgot what I was talking about. I'm like, guys, you got to cut this. I have no idea what I just said. It was good. Rotate that a little bit less. So what's going on here is this is like the climax of the song. I'm trying to make it really impactful, but the rhythm is very low density. So I'm just doing lots of contrast and spacing with like really slow sliders and giant spacing. So the next object can be way over here. You literally can do that, Nezupoco. Please speed map a shitty map of this artist, just so I can see what it's like. Have you made any certified cube classics lately? I think he has. 1.25 on OMDB. That's intense. How do you... What map is that, Callie? I'm going to copy paste that same pattern again. The triangle one. There it is. There's like 6 measures left, including this one right here. It's so cold outside now. My hands are like freezing. I need to like, I can only play alt now because I can't single tap fast enough. My fingers are cold. That's a gimmick of the stream. Can I finish the map before I freeze to death? Recycling patterns real quick. Saving the environment. One map at a time. I don't want to do it that way, actually, because I want this linear circle pattern to be going this direction, left to right, because I don't want to repeat the same. I'm going to be doing this same pattern, but I don't want it to repeat right in this corner, so I have to move my entire pattern to adjust for that. And now I'm going to make it bigger though, because we're further in the map and I can do that. Progress?
people are linking maps, but they're not the feature artist map.
Oh.
So it's kind of useless. I will be here to wrap you.
This is why we have production. Thank you so much. He's so nice. He's so nice. Everyone send Mindscape right here. A heart, please. I'm actually warm now. This is great. Except for my hands, which have to be out of the blanket. Isn't this cozy, though? I'm trying to make sure the blanket's like not on the ground. It's a little difficult. Okay, there we go. Cozy. Put that right in the middle. We're about to be done with the map, actually. Once I reach that bookmark, right there. Which I'm pretty happy about. Pretty satisfied. I heard the happy in the song, and my brain instantly goes to happy for trying to find a word like happy. I did everything last time. Oh, I did a circle. Different vocals, though, so never mind. This is where this happens. Okay. These last... Okay. This is just going to be an intensity increase. The bird is back. Wait. That is a cool bird. Wait a minute. That's like a... What is that? That's a raptor of some kind. Camera. Production. Can we get eyes on the bird?
Oh my god.
It's such a cool bird. Oh, it's like moving up. We can barely see it now. Maybe not production.
Where's the bird?
Actually, maybe we should. It's so cool. It's like, look, do you see it over there?
No.
Like, moving around.
Where's the bird?
Oh, it just flew up to that. No, you can't see it.
Okay.
Forget about it. Sorry.
Christ, you're so needy.
I am needy. But no, that's like... It was a cool bird. It's like you would not expect that in the backyard. Like the bird that had a seizure before, that's probably a bird getting like snatched up and killed by this giant bird over here. I see leaves falling from the tree still. Wait, is that the Osu house? The Osu house? Yeah, it is. There's a giant bird living in the Osu house. Now I'm going to draw what I want to create, but it's going to be completely wrong rhythm-wise because I'm not adjusting slider velocity. Let's see if I can make this decent. Becco, how's that map coming along? I'm almost done with my map. I want to see your map before I finish here, though. For anyone watching, who's been watching for more than like 5 minutes, I guess, what have you learned about mapping from this? I'm curious. 85%. Ah, that's okay. I'll be doing stuff with my map before I'm ready to look at yours. I'll be polishing it a bit. Keyboard shortcuts are Control plus S. For the most part, yeah. For the most part. Right in the corner. About to be off screen. It's a little big, I think. Let me shrink all this. Is that cool? Maybe. Not. It's completely unnecessary. I won't do that. Put this back in the beginning. Who this? This is Peachy Fat. That name right there. I've learned it's hard. Who is the oomphy cooking up a classic on the bottom right of the screen? That is Ring-a-Ting. Ring-a-Ting is the oomphy cooking up a classic.
Bottom right is you.
Oh. Right. Okay.
Oh, if you meant bottom left, that means Chris.
Yeah, if you meant bottom left, that's Chris. You meant bottom left. Chris is the oomphy, yeah. Is that 7 off the playfield? Yes, but also no. See, the Osu playfield is a very interesting thing, because what matters for rankability is whether it's in the playfield on 4x3 resolutions. So if I go to, say, what's a 10? Yeah, that one. This one's 4x3. As long as it's on the screen in this resolution, it's okay. And it is, as you can see. Like there's a few pixels, maybe like 5 pixels between this and the edge. So it's okay. But the playfield in the editor, it restricts you. So you can only place objects here. But you can still move out there with the slider. Useful if you're making a pattern like this where you want to use maximum screen space. I don't like the sound of that. Just to leave the slider. Didn't even notice. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm going to change from this resolution. Has this been fixed in laser? Hopefully not, because I like it. It's like, there's certain things that, what's it called? Certain bugs in the laser, or in the stable editor that have practically become features like that. The ratio in laser is the same. as far as I know. I don't know if you're allowed to even place objects outside the grid like that, though. I haven't tested with laser enough to reach that edge case scenario, literal edge case scenario. It's not a 727 slider, though. Okay, it's gonna sound really dumb. So, sometimes I edit videos for some random YouTuber, like probably very little overlap with the Ozu audience, but so the last video I made for them, I don't think it's out yet. It'll be out soon. Their videos get like between 500,000 and 1 million views, but they're edited by me, which means I can put like random Osu stuff in them. So I had to make like a fake Instagram post for like some very short segment of the video, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll put 727 comments on this thing because I'm a degenerate like that. And of course, the person whose video I'm editing has no idea what 727 is, so someone's gonna see it and be like, that's the video. I won't tell you which video it is. Okay, I'm gonna warm up my hand real quick before I play this, because you have, I hope that means you have 5% left, because I'm basically done here. I'm going to do what Uberzalik wants. I'm going to press 4. 4. I'm going to place a spinner. Even though spinners are kind of like bad in this context, but I don't care. I like spinners at the end, even if they're bad. Okay, my hand didn't warm up at all. I'm gonna try playing my map. How hard is it? 5.57 stars. Not too bad. Don't mind me misreading my entire map. So when I'm playing my map like this, I'm listening and playing to identify a few things. First is misassigned hit sounds. Second is seeing how patterns like actually flow into each other, because a lot of them I didn't test in concurrent ways. Like I tested a pattern, then I mapped some more, and I tested that pattern, and mapped some more, etc. So everything has to connect. I can't stream with such cool hands. I saw that slider there, and I'm like, I hate that slider. So I'm gonna go back and change that slider. I think I'll change that 1/3 thing to not be stacks, because he used too many stacks over this entire section. Uberzalik never test place a map. Uh-huh. I'm definitely missing a lot of hit sounds in these later sections. That's okay. That's what I can do right now for this. I think I need to make that last pattern a little more spaced. It felt too low impact. Okay. Well, let's go find that disgusting slider. Where was that? I forgot where it was. If you remember the disgusting slider, you know what I'm talking about. There it is. I need to make something decent out of this. This is what it was before. I do that thing where people say it's weird, where I aim on the and tap on the editor without actually playing it. See, I do the aiming part. I don't tap though. But I like being able to hit the notes because it's more fun. You don't get the satisfaction of clicking a note if you do it that way. I finished the map, so I will be hopping off soon. But I want to make it. I want to make it better. You know. Ugh, blank. No. Put the Genryu Kaiko's scythe slider at the end. That'll fit really well. Yeah. You're right. You missed it? I mean, you're here for it, so you didn't miss it. No, I just finished it. I guess you weren't here for me to place the final object. You didn't get to see me press for Uber. I'm gonna make some disgusting sliders right now. I'll just do this actually. No, I'll go with the same slider as the beginning one. Same general shape, rather. Oh, that was triangle. I can live with that. Okay. You're done? Finally. Is this mapping going to the ranking pro? No. I have to make a whole spread for that. I can't do that right now. Did it took you 6 hours or the stream topic was changed midstream? It took me 6 hours to map this, yeah. While also giving feedback on new mapper's map in the corner there. And speaking to chat like this. I assume it'll have a VOD. Production, did you press the start recording button? Yeah, okay, so there's going to be a VOD. Even if it's not on Twitch, there'll be a VOD. I heard someone say the last note has too much emphasis, but I don't feel like it does. Basing it off of feel, not whether it looks like it does. Like, it's really easy to hit this, because it's like, just sliders. I say it's easy to hit, and I miss every time. The last note has a lot of emphasis. Okay. Pull a disco. What is pulling a disco? Let me add the key eye. I forgot about that. The final touches. Adding key eye time. I usually add the first one and then I find the end point. Which is going to be right here. So then I select everything here. Up to that previous key eye point. And ta-da, key eye's made. I'm going to set the preview point to here as well. Set career position as preview point. Oh, pulling a disco is probably referring to making a map in one sitting and ranking it. What was that? There's a map. I assume it's from Becco. Let's see it. Nice. We actually have a map. Someone who I can give feedback to. Well, I don't need to give much feedback because like Becco is a competent mapper who can make like ankle maps. So, I'll take today's version. Nostalgic expert. Becco, don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint me this time. Becco's much more creative with slider shapes than I am, as you can tell. I can't do triples, my hands are too cold. I literally can't stream because it's so cold. I can alternate jumps at least. This is an interesting style of song. This is one of those songs that like has this chorus here. It's gonna get really slow. It's like a song that has a climax halfway through. I like how you do sliders, but I feel like I can't do these sliders myself at all. Like I can't create them. It's just so, not that big curvy one. I mean more like the angry sliders. Because I don't feel like they work whenever I make them. But I see other people do them and they're like, fine. Don't mind me, I'm just reading everything. Including that. Somehow I literally can't read those repeated things. That was pretty cool though. I don't know what that last slide is supposed to represent, but like, there's something about I mentioned very early on the stream, probably when no one's here, that I don't like jumps for the most part because I get really bored with like normal styles of jumps. But Becco, I think, shares that sentiment to some degree because Becco is really trying to make jumps not in a boring way, which is like why there's these overlapping things and why the jumps with actual spacing have these like new combos and they're angled in ways that are probably conventionally uncomfortable and stuff like that. So it's like, this is mapping I enjoy. I don't enjoy these slider colors because it's so hard to read them. But other than that, it looks cool. I will say it looks cool. One thing I think is very like outstanding that I've noticed in the last, I want to say 2 to 3 years of mapping is that I think everyone is like really good at mapping. Like even the newer people are really good at mapping. Becco not necessarily new, but it's like, what's going on? Oh, he took my flash drive.
There's another map, but he couldn't upload it, and he just gave it to me. So
Oh, okay, sure, sure.
It's the Uber Zalif guy.
Oh, wait, Uber. Okay, sure. I mean, I can just
You don't need to do that, David.
Oh, you got it?
I'll just... I trust Uber to not link me spam. Yeah, this is a cool map. If you rank this map, Becco, I will definitely be a nominator for it. It is like exactly my style of map. In terms of like what I like. Maybe not, it's not like the way I would map it, but you know, it's cool. Is this a new mapper thing? Or not a new mapper thing, but like a modern mapper thing. The crisscrosses, even though they're like from way back in the Chris on age. I see them a lot in new maps, that's why I asked. When we look at Uber's map, we're gonna see a very different scenario. But Becco, that's a cool map. I like it. Collab. Since when did you make a 1 minute map, Uber? I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna go. How long did it take you to map this Uber? I will say so far, I don't think. Why do you map the flam thing? I can't click the flam thing. Right. What I said I was going to say is, Becco's map is quite different from this, as anyone can tell. Thank you. You're looking at Uberzolix map for the same song that I mapped. A collab with yourself. Wait, who else mapped this? You say we've mapped it. Except this. I see. Well, it's definitely aspiring to do something. This map is aspiring to do something. That's as far as it's getting, but yeah. What is going on? Hello, Overload Code. This is, if people map the newest featured artist, they, I'll look at the map on stream. That's basically the deal. Ideally, it's for, like, newer mappers, but the only, I mean, besides this, like, Mania map, which I can't get input on, I got maps from, Becco, who's, like, a competent mapper, you know, and Uberzolix, who is usually a competent mapper. So, but, you know, I expected that, so that's just why we have a new mapper in the corner, who I've been giving advice to all the way along this entire stream. So, we looked at his map 5 times. We're trying to improve it to a point where it's, like, half decent. Stars Hollow, yes. Michael, Sarah Palin, and then Stars Hollow. Are they that related in the scene? I don't actually know. We would have tried hard if you saw the map 6 hours earlier. Yeah. Will this have for more featured artists? Maybe. I want to play my own map again. Actually no, let me dissect Uber's map. Who's collabing on this Uberzolix? This is an interesting map. Interesting is the most compliment that I'll give it without being toxic. No MBC comments here. Although honestly, it does look like a lot of mapping
monthly BMApping contest entries. So take that how you will. I am collabing it. I've contributed. It matches the whole vibe. Look at, I love these barely overlapping circles. Yes. Did Uber say who mapped it? Just Exapties? Ah. Nice. I'm gonna check out my Raptor real quick. I'll polish mine up, then upload it. Most likely. I'm gonna do that in the editor, so everything I notice I'll be able to adapt instantly. Such as that. I don't like how close to the edge this little kink is. Just make it a little further off. That's good. It's an important step in mapping. You actual mappers out there, do you do this as well? Finish a map, then you like play it through multiple times just to iron things out? Right, that's the right hit sound. Okay. I want to lower the slider velocity in these last two. Just slightly. To 1.3, yeah. Yup. Yep, yep. I see lots of yups. Yeah, okay, cool. Glad to know it's not a singular experience. Ooh, that is cool. Should have gotten Uber in. Should have gotten Uber in. You do well the ironing without playing the map. Uber, you are a special being. I don't know how you do that. Let's try that one more time. Is that the wrong hit sound? No, this way. Just insane. Right, I was gonna adjust that. Forgot about that. Okay. Skip the break because I'm not sitting through that. I'll new combo all these. I don't like how just scattered they were. I was missing something. Yeah. I'm listening very closely to hit sounds, so I'm not talking at all. Okay. Missed the last note. Awesome. Uber, you don't need to iron out your maps at all. Not Uberzolic, Uber. I play it through because I finally finished it. Yeah, it's satisfying to play your own maps. Yeah. Except if you're Uber, I guess. It just says after I say that. To be honest, I hate playing my own maps in general. And hello, Cat's Eye. I missed your message because I had to scroll up for that. Just feels too rigid. I can't make myself just let the map carry me away. That's an interesting perspective. How do you test a map that's above your skill level? Yeah. How would you do that, Uber? I don't do that because I don't make maps above my skill level. We hit in this. So it'll just be easier to play. Ringatang is down there, yes. I've been giving him feedback on his map of the same song that I'm mapping here while I've been mapping. I want to change slider velocity with one of these sliders here. It didn't feel right. This one here. It's too slow. Actually, I think the other ones were just too fast. Put that back down to 1.4. That's better. This part always catches me off guard here. I think it's because I expect this to be like a 1-beat slider. I'm gonna put this closer. Extend the spacing on these. I'll keep the other ones closer. That feels better. I'm gonna hit sound on the triple. I did. Oh, I just missed a bunch of stuff. Ask other people for test plays. You never map stuff you can't play, I assume. But as a BN, if I was not doing anything hard, I always ask a lot of skilled players to test it and give feedback. Interesting. I just use brain. I slow map down and I'm like, if I can play it at this speed, someone who's better than me can probably play it at a higher speed, which is not a good way to do it. Yeah, use halftime or something. I'm not actually going to make a full spread. Oh, is Becco can make a full spread? Oh, yeah, yeah. Good. I think Dashi has some difficulties. You can probably ask them for that. Because I remember playing that map a while ago. As we were. Right? Not this one. I'm not going to go look it up, but Dashi has difficulties. You can or you can steal some. Okay. I think we're ready to upload this. Ooh. What's going on with my mouse? Excuse me. My keyboard has stopped working as I got in here. Please. Okay, I don't know what that was bad. Oh. Excuse me. What I was going to comment on before technical difficulties happen is I hate how this looks still. but I don't know if I want to change that. I would do this if I change it. Yeah, I like that. I think I'll do that. Keep missing that. No excuse, I guess. Okay. Oh, it just says I'm gonna do a longer upload. Yeah, that's what it feels like. I'm gonna add some muted slider ins, and then I'll be basically done, mapping wise. So yeah, people said what they learned in chat about mapping right before this. I hope if you did learn anything about mapping, and if you're not like a mapper like Uberzolic or whatever, if you learned something about mapping and you were on the fence about like even trying mapping, hopefully this influenced you to take the step and actually open the editor and do something. I know a few people said it. That's how it worked for them. Uber, you learned nothing. Uber, you have learned. Yeah, you can learn how to press 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops, that's not where I want that. And I want this to be 1.3. Huh. Move that back, yeah. You learned how to map entirely from the stream. Something tells me you didn't, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. That was not what I meant to do. I love volume changes. I love it. If Spaceman Atlas were here, he'd be like, I know exactly how to improve this in Laser. Laser will be so much better for it. But he's not here. Oops. You love note. I learned about note swarms. That's a word. For anyone who missed that part of the stream, someone called streams note swarms, and I was so. It's just such a word. One of the words of all time, note swarm. Oops. This is what happens when you don't apply the volume changes as you're mapping. I have to go back and do this manually. Which is probably more efficient in the end, but it's kind of annoying. I like doing it not all together, because then I don't have to get bored of this. Osu just crashed. Osu, please. It didn't even save all that stuff, probably. The one time I'm not spamming Control S. It did not save all of them. Oh no, I think it saved a bunch. Didn't save this section, that's all. Circle bridges. Oops. Circle bridges is an interesting name for it. Circle bridges. It dislikes you not control clicking the points. What do you mean control clicking the points? Oh. Because I don't have an answer. Cat, I don't have an answer to your question, Cat's Eye. I just doing this way because I'm this is how I'm used to doing it. As inefficient as it may be. It's because I'm adding points and then figuring out what volume they should be accordingly. I'm going to save for once in a while too, because that crash is going to happen again. I think there's some sort of like memory leak thing that happens when you just open the timing panel so many times. Because I've had many crashes by doing just this. Oops. Xaptis with the Pro Mapper tips. You can control left mouse button to select multiple points and just set the time for all of them once. Oh yeah, I know that. I'm just not doing that. Yeah. I will do that right now because I need to. Because I messed up placing these things. So this needs to be 33. These two need to be 55. I have the knowledge and I'm not using it because I'm dumb. That's my best answer. But I am dumb, but I have a map that's complete after I add these last few green lines. So I'm satisfied. You know, if we do everything to maximum efficiency, at some point I just wouldn't be doing anything. I would just be letting the computer map for me. I like the active mapping. My Windows sounds are surprisingly loud. Whoops. Sorry about that. You can right click in the playfield to do that too. Just you risk deleting objects. Yeah. Okay. The sun is going down. The light is becoming even brighter here because of that. But I think I'm just about done with the map. So, production, are you there? We're going to play through the map one more time. I'm going to upload it. I'm going to make sure it's all uploaded. Then I think we're going to end stream. Unless, Chris, do you have more to show? He gave me a confused shrug. Well, yeah, sure, let's do it. Let's do it now, first. Okay. Well, I'll play the map then. Okay, well, let me save one more time for good measure. I'm mapping all right. Yes. Okay. Perfect. My hands are so cold. I will not be able to hit any of the triples in this map anymore, but that's okay. Used to spam Control C to copy because it was a gameplay made C.
Dysfunctional. Yeah, I've broken my S key on my last keyboard because probably because I played on it and or mapped on it so much I saved that much. It just stopped gameplay. It opened this up and like what? Okay. I did rename yours, yeah. Good. Wait, you took inspiration from this song.
Vaguely. I'm like, it has straight sliders.
Okay.
And that's what I was looking for.
So, hello everyone. This is Ring-a-Ting, new mapper who was in the corner. Now he's out here.
I've been released.
Yeah, he's been released from the cage. Anyway, I last told him to go look at maps with straight sliders because his rendition of the same song I was just mapping has a lot of straight sliders. And so which difficulty was it? Okay.
Those ones weren't very.
Where were you
so
looking?
I was, when they were.
Yes, okay.
They like kind of have the same angle between them.
Okay. So you acknowledged geometry.
There is geometry, and then there's yeah, like those ones. They're not quite parallel. They're off parallel, and then they repeat often. So,
Right, those are the ones I was telling you about, the
and then here the
X and Y
90s,
axis.
so it's like,
yeah. Okay.
yeah. Anyway, whether I did that.
Let's see.
So that is what I looked at briefly.
So we're looking at the first 20 seconds of his map for reference.
Mm-hmm.
Just move those for you. Well, rhythm's is off now.
Yeah. So I'm like, I'd make those ends sound, but I'm not touching these sounds. So I don't know if that's valid.
So
or not,
okay,
but
it's very avant-garde because
Is it?
I think there are mappers who have done this thing, but it is so weird, so no one does it.
all right, I'm breaking new ground. Well, I'm breaking broken ground. Broken very much.
Yeah. Okay. Did you do it on this section too? This section is looking a little bit less. This part specifically doesn't seem to match the angle changes here. This part looks like you're doing it okay.
Yeah. I think I'm like, I don't know. So I
Right.
did-
Okay. This last section you just got the same. I think you have made a lot of improvements though. Legitimately.
Yeah.
Like I like that this is the line. You got a
There's
pattern
a
there.
line. There's a line.
You really like lines. And then
That's correct. Yes.
this, like, I know that it's a pretty standard rotation thing. Okay. I think. Okay. Let's look at this map and compare it to the first iteration.
Yeah. Let's do it.
I'll play it just for fun.
For pop.
No posterity.
All right.
Just for fun. People watching, try to like see if you can notice the difference between this map and the original. That's the only part that matters.
Yeah.
Okay. Best difficulty. Where's the other best difficulties? Best difficulty 1? Oh, there it is. This was the original one.
Mm-hmm.
Much simpler. That part's the same.
Everybody really struck gold there.
This one actually looks like a super new map though. The other one looks like you actually learned something.
Correct.
Whether you learned it or you just followed instructions is up in the air. But you made it better.
I'd say I have.
You'd say you learned.
Until you test me again, you can't dispute
You're right. Okay. Well, improvement. Look what they're saying. Look at that. You can't read it.
it.
Damn, improvement is real. Wait, the new one is so much better, lol. Character development.
I am developing and I am a character. Yes.
Your new mapper Ring-a-Ting in the corner. That's your character.
Yeah. I have to map only in that one corner. And that's where all my power is. Yeah.
I see that corner right there. I'm looking at it.
And I need you to also like walk me through it step by step. But yeah.
I'm glad to see that the map's improved.
Yeah, me too. Good stuff.
Will you continue mapping? Who knows?
Maybe.
That's a no.
I'll stick with maybe.
Okay. Well, I think it was at least educational to anyone listening who's like a new mapper around your level.
Well, that was the goal. So
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah. Cat's Eye says, Ring-a-Ting, I loved your DJ school.
Thank you. I do remember that.
Is that map uploaded?
Must have been, I guess. I think so.
Probably.
Maybe.
It was a good map.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Um,
All right.
I'm gonna play through my map, and then I'm gonna tell David to shut things off.
All right. Sounds good.
I
I'm gonna go.
goodbye.
But
I mean, I'll see you in
I'm
like
gonna-
5 minutes.
I'm gonna sit in the corner.
Okay.
So it's comfortable.
Are there any resources for new mappers you'd like to mention? Mentor programming algorithms. Well, there's the main mentorship, which Ubersolic is responsible for. So that's pretty important. Mentorship itself is like, it's a program where you sign up once every 3 months. I think the current sign up might have just closed, so you're in a very unfortunate time for new mapper learning stuff. But there's other resources. I think most of them are not as like hands-on. Most of them are like, I made videos about mapping a long time ago. A lot of them are just very basic concepts that are still applicable today. But there's also modding queues. Signups closed like 4 weeks ago. Okay, I'm really late on that. Wow. Right, modding queues. That's like the main way. That's how I learned to map. I literally just posted my maps in modding queues, and people shat on them, like all mods do. Oh yeah, okay. As Uber says, you can also sign up mid-cycle for a mentorship program. Anyway, modding queues. It's like one of the sub forums. I'll actually go to it if I can open this again. If it's not just gonna be a white screen. Excuse me. Did I like? I'm not gonna question it. Modding queues. Modding queues. So you just literally post in someone's queue, like Kiwi's standard queue. It's open, as it says right at the top. Just links map, check my profile. So I'm gonna go like, example. I don't have any maps I need to have someone look at. So it's a little awkward. Do I have a map? Yeah, there we go. I have a map. How much do I have to be in on your site already? I don't. Let me check the last page of this. Please mod. Ta-da. That's all you do. That is how you learn to map with from feedback from other people. You just go to modding queues, you do that. Time to leak them. Okay, outreach folder. No, I won't. Anyway, I'm gonna play through the map one more time. Then we'll be basically done here. Map panels on your profile or something. Yeah, you can change them from the beat map listing. I'm gonna upload this map actually. Change the title to not the wrong title. Beat map creator. That's me. Difficulty. Expert. Spelled correctly though. There we go. So if you want to play this map, you can too. Oh, I'm not signed in because I closed OSU. Can you go to new mapper cam for a second? I need to sign in. Oh, you just look. Okay, I see. It's working. Signed in. Okay, we're good. Yep. I hope that was really exciting, that hand movement. Let's upload this. Mapped on stream for you to watch me go insane. Perfect. There it is. I'm gonna play through it one more time. The temperature has been decreasing very steadily, and I can feel it being so cold. But I don't care. I'm playing my map. My map is more important than my survival. what happens when it's cold. Let me go through it from the same place in the editor. I'm not going to go back all the way. Is there a new Mappers queue for the mentorship graduate program or something? Hey, Uber has linked it. Thanks, Uber. Hit the last note this time. All right. Well, I hope you learned how to map. Thank you for watching.
Do something better.
Do something better?
Sign off better.
Sign off. Okay. Production is telling me to sign off better. Thanks for watching. Thanks Becco and Uberzolic for making a map, but mostly Becco. And thanks Corey for making a map as well. I'm glad to see people engaged in mapping.
Thank Ring and Name.
Oh yeah, right. I need to thank all my whole production team here. Ring-a-ting over in the corner there. Not in the corner for a second, I guess. I don't know what just happened. Oh yeah, there. He's shaking his hand over there. Sorry, Peppy, you just woke up. We had the VOD saved, don't worry. So you can watch it even though it's too late. You can see the result. I made a map. It's this one right here. And at the same time, I was reviewing Ring-a-ting's map. Thank you so much, Ring-a-ting, for being the new mapper. Everyone aspires to be Ring-a-ting in the corner. Giving thumbs up just like that. And thank you, of course, to Mindscape, our production. He's not online anymore. Mindscape was our production. Also giving thumbs up over there. And thank you to Scout the dog for going poop in the background. I don't know if that actually happened.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, well, never mind. No thanks to Scout, I guess. But yeah. And thanks to Becco for making a cool map. I will, if you make this map into a full spread, I will laminate this map. It's cool. Anyway, what was that? Okay, stream's ending. Bye-bye.